What happens when your church, in this specific case, the LDS or Mormon church, shames and pressures you to give your child up for adoption in a teenage pregnancy? Hello and welcome to another edition of Mormon Stories podcast. I'm your host, John DeLynn. I'm here with my co-host, Margie. Hey, Margie.
Hello.
And we are here today covering a story that I've heard hundreds of times in my 20 years doing Mormon Stories podcast. And that is the legacy or the history of the Mormon church pressuring teenage girls, teenage women to put their children up for adoption, especially when it's an unwed pregnancy. And on the one sense, I'm sort of like dismayed that it's taken me 20 years to really cover this story. I know that this is going to resonate with a lot of other people who have had similar experiences, but mostly Margie and I are super grateful today to have with us on the show Myndee Tollefson. Hi, Myndee.
Hi, thanks for having me.
And this is, did I get that right?
So the only thing that I like to clarify is I actually wasn't a teenager.
Okay.
I was 20 when I delivered her. So
20?
Mm-hmm.
And you were okay.
So I was
20.
pregnant during 19, or when I was 19. So technically teen pregnancy, but not a teen birth, just because I like to distinguish that.
Yeah. And just to give people a bit of a teaser, we darkly joked that a subtitle for this episode could be what?
The Mormon Church stole my daughter. Yeah, which sounds pretty aggressive, but there's a lot of big feelings inside of me that kind of stand behind that, and those that are in my circle and know the story support that title too. So it's kind of, it is aggressive, but it's warranted aggression. Yeah.
Well, Margie and I and our audience are all so grateful that you're willing to talk about something so sensitive, so courageous. So thank you in advance.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to kind of be a voice for birth moms. It's not easy. There's a lot of us out there, and it's really hard for a lot of people to talk about. And I have been really, really blessed to have an incredible circle around me to help me to get to a place where I can talk about it.
And we do welcome any of our birth moms, former birth moms that are willing to please share your narratives in the comments. Maybe we'll do a panel of birth moms, like we've done a bishop's panel or a Relief Society president's panel or a single women's panel. Maybe if there are enough birth moms who had similar experiences, they can email us and we can do a panel and get a variety of experiences. So anyway, we can jump right in. Other than to say, I think, Myndee, you prepared a little bit of intention.
I did, yeah.
And so, we always love to give people a chance to share an intention on why they wanted to do this interview.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I've got it written down. I'll do my best to just kind of summarize it instead of reading it. But basically, the main thing that I want to convey is that the church harmed both my daughter and me. And it was the institution that was very, very flawed, but it was executed by very, very loving people in my life. And it's as often is the case with the church. And so I don't want, as I'm telling the story, I'm not trying to disparage anybody that was in my life. And I fully understand that everybody, those around me, really had my best intentions in mind and really had, what they thought was right. But it did turn out that the church put a very harmful person in my daughter's life and caused a lot of trauma to it. And it's an important piece to tell of it because there's some underlying messages with it. But I also am very, very, very aware of the fact that adoption is a very tender subject with anybody that's involved in it, and that a lot of people do have beautiful, happy stories. And so I don't want to minimize those experiences, but I know as I started listening to Mormon Stories that hearing voices that resonated and stories that resonated with me and my story made everything feel more real. And so I just wanted to kind of be a voice for those that kind of feel unseen. And that's kind of the overarching theme of being a birth mom, is it's a very unseen, invisible pain. And so I'm just hoping to be able to help others feel seen, heard, and loved in this.
Thank you for that. And is it fair to say that there is an element of informed consent here for you in terms of maybe you not be giving all the information or all the accurate information, and in a vulnerable state, you were probably undue influence or even coercion
Yes.
was
Absolutely.
inflicted upon
Absolutely.
you.
And
Okay.
it took me a lot of years to figure that out.
And that's part of the systemic institutional
Yep.
part.
Yep.
Because
Exactly.
anytime religion, where it's allegedly God driven,
Correct.
becomes inserted in something,
Mm-hmm.
that's more power than if it's just humans trying to make the best decision.
Exactly. And that's where, the people that were surrounding me and helping me and advising me and loving me were using the same information from God
Yeah.
to influence this decision. And it was all executed in love and support.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Myndee Tollefson, where does your Mormon adoption story begin?
So, just to lay a couple of foundations for my childhood, we don't need to spend a whole lot of time there, but I was born and raised in Bountiful, Utah, and my dad,
super conservative,
yes,
right north of Salt Lake City.
Yep, about 15 minutes north of Salt Lake City. I am the youngest of 6 kids. I was a very introvert, shy kid, and my siblings filtered life for me, kind of gave me a safety net of taking care of me. There was never a time in my life that I didn't feel extremely loved by my family. There was even this, I'm the little angel at the end kind of a thing, which no pressure there, but but I did always feel loved, and a lot of big personalities in my family. And so, the kind of on the outside, an idyllic childhood, walking around Bountiful through summers and, leaving first thing in the morning and not coming home until night. And I don't know where we were, but we had a lot of fun, and, another important piece to know is that my dad was a seminary teacher through most of the schools in Davis County. And so between my siblings and my dad, I rarely went anywhere without people knowing who I was. It was always somebody's sister, somebody's daughter. Even my grandparents, my grandmother was extremely well known. Grandmother and grandfather, they were instrumental in the Mormon, the Temple Square concert series. They were instrumental in getting that even up and running, very prominent in Salt Lake. And so even in the Salt Lake area, ran into people who knew me as so-and-so's granddaughter too. So I was always kind of living in a shadow, basically.
And for those who don't have the context of what it means to have a dad who's a church educator, it means that he's over the education of a high school.
Yes.
With a bunch of multiple generations of kids coming through, where he's providing daily religious education to 30 years worth of high school students across 4 years. So he would become very well known.
Yes. And he was a principal, and he went to multiple different schools. And so even today, my dad was an incredible teacher. He was the one that everybody kind of wanted, and people to come up to me today, how's your dad doing? And really, he made a huge impact in people's lives. And and for good, he was an incredible teacher. And, so many people just adored my dad, and my siblings were all, shall we say, very big personalities. So that when I came into school, I even had one teacher say, oh my gosh, how many more of there are you? And I'm like, I'm the last one, I promise. And I'm an easy one. I'm really easy compared to them. So pretty mild and compared to my siblings, who are a little bit more rambunctious and out there in the world than I was.
Which high school is this?
Viewmont is where I went.
Okay.
My dad was at Bountiful, Woods Cross, and Viewmont. Okay. So he was principal at Woods Cross the vast majority of the time, but he did teach at all of the other schools from 78 to 93.
Okay.
So a lot of kids.
And you were born what year?
74.
Okay. And then I was going to ask if it was an orthodox religious upbringing, but as soon as you say your dad was a CES instructor, which means he was a church employee.
Correct.
It would have had to have been an Orthodox Mormon upbringing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Church was never an option. Church was just part of what our life was. The Sunday dinners, we usually did family home evenings on Sunday. Every morning we woke up to my mom. We sat around the table. My mom made us Orange Julius and toast, and read the Book of Mormon to us every single day of our childhood. So we were, there was a little bit of, one of my favorite things is on Sundays, sometimes we could whisper over to our dad, can we go to Sizzler for dinner? And we'd have to go to the other city. We'd have to go up to Layton so none of his students would see him. But it was always just kind of our one little thing that we got to do that was a little bit edgy. But otherwise, yeah, fairly orthodox. Clothes we wore, tank tops weren't allowed. Longer shorts. I remember a couple of times having to kneel on the floor to see if my skirt was long enough. My oldest sisters fought the battle to even be able to get our ears pierced. He didn't want our ears pierced, and we had to wait until we were 14 in order to do that. So yeah, pretty orthodox. Orthodox. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So on the one hand, I was going to say, well, how would a teen pregnancy even happen in a home that's so orthodox? But the truth is, in a Mormon context, there's such a lack of healthy discussion about sexuality, about birth control, that I've heard that at least 10 to 20 years ago, teenage pregnancies were more common in states like Utah and Idaho than in other states.
Yeah, that's
I don't know if that's true, but
I heard that too. And so I was looking that up and I couldn't find anything to confirm it. But I do remember at the time that around this in my high school years, that was just kind of something that was out there, floating around out there. I can't find any data to substantiate it either. So, but at any rate, yeah, purity culture does definitely play into a lot of teen pregnancies or in my case, early adult pregnancies, and it is lack of sex education.
It was a teen pregnancy.
I know. Okay. I'll get over it.
It's weird. It's interesting that you keep fighting that, but it was, you were 19.
I'm pretty sure. I think I'll get into that in a little bit with it too.
Good,
I know. It's just this little sassy thing that I have to be.
It's fine.
So.
Okay. So yeah. So let's talk about kind of how.
So then, the one thing that I do want to kind of touch on is that I did experience about 3 years that I know of sexual abuse. It was, about 3rd to 6th grade and at the hands of somebody I should have been able to trust. And it was, obviously ongoing. I don't want to go into the details of it because amends have been made. There's a really, it's all good now, but I can't deny how much it did impact my story. So I just want to make sure to reference it and just know that it existed, for what it was, and it was ongoing. And I wasn't able to tell anybody about it until my late teen years. And so there was a lot of, this one kind of a disembodiment happened for me that I learned to get out of my body for safety purposes. And that kind of set me up for some other not great things later down the road. And, kind of an adult life of learning how to become embodied again. So, yeah.
Well, thank you for being willing to share that. And that's one of the most tragic things about doing Mormon Stories is just how incredibly prevalent childhood sexual abuse is within Mormonism. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah. Another great result of purity culture, basically, there's just a lot of oppression that happens with it, with lack of education, lack of, normative behaviors, with being sexually abused, there definitely was some body exploration on my part too. And so tons and tons of shame surrounding that, which I didn't learn until recently that that's a normative behavior, not even just for sexual abuse victims, but also just for humans as a whole, and so I had a lot of shame surrounding that even. And it definitely, I think that played in part with and plays in part with, the prevalent sexual abuse, unfortunately.
And for those who are newer to Mormon Stories, we've covered extensively, as has the news media, the LDS Church's long history of covering up child sexual abuse and protecting the predators at the expense of victims, which allows this to become so common. And I don't want you to feel like you have to shy away from talking about if and how the abuse you experienced contributed to the circumstances of the teenage pregnancy later. But because maybe they did. I mean, there are likely lots of teenage pregnancies that happen without abuse.
Correct.
But please feel free to talk about
hmm
the connections that you think might be there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because it did lay a foundation because of, I felt dirty and bad. And when you already feel dirty and bad, then what does it matter? Go ahead and be more dirty and bad, you know?
Mm.
And so there was,
Even if you were a child and were
Right.
blameless,
right.
that's not how you experienced it.
Well, yeah, because one of the things that I remember distinctly is like reading a Friend magazine and reading, all these faith promoting stories of somebody, a kid not finding their favorite teddy bear. For some reason, I have something about a marshmallow in my brain. I don't know what that one is, but and that they prayed and they found their teddy bear. And in the meantime, I'm praying for this awful thing to go away. And does God not love me? Because the only answer is either you did something wrong or it's God's will. And when you're being sexually abused, I don't think that's God's will. So the only solution is it's something I'm doing, to make it so that he's not saving me. And so that's kind of an an overarching theme that goes through it too, is that searching for God to be able to come in and rescue me, because that's how the church, God is omnipotent. God knows everything. He's powerful, all powerful. He can move mountains, but he can't take away this awful thing that's happening to me, but he's going to help other kids find their teddy bear, and so that definitely was a subtle message that, or maybe not even so subtle, that it was a me problem, not a God problem. So that definitely plays a huge foundation in my upbringing and my overall feelings towards myself, And
I guess, would you have heard those typical law of chastity object lessons about the licked cupcake and the chewed gum?
Yeah.
And I'm guessing they wouldn't have had disclaimers
Right.
that if you were abused, then you don't count as a licked cupcake or a chewed gum, right?
Well, yeah. In fact, even there's, I remember 2 talks specifically. I don't remember what age there were, but one of them was called masturbation self-abuse, which just, I remember hearing that and just felt like I wanted to vomit. It just was so sick to me, and I didn't know why it felt so sick to me. Now, hello, that's a terrible thing to hear, And then there was another, I don't know, you probably can remember this one better than me, but there was, I think it was Spencer W. Kimball that said if their son, they'd rather have their son die, right, than come home from their mission having,
rather my son come home in a pine box
Yeah.
than return without honor from his mission.
Right. And specifically around virtue and chastity on that. And so, of course I didn't.
Better dead than unclean. Their prophets have said, and I've got a long list of quotes, but literally prophets have said better dead than unclean.
Right. Sin next to murder. And then when you're putting, and for a lot of years, I didn't feel the pressure of that it was a me problem, other than praying. Right. But then when I got into Young Women's and For the Strength of Youth came up, I remember that lesson vividly. And looking back now, I know that it was one of my very first panic attacks that I ever had was in that Sunday school class where we were talking about virtue and chastity. And I remember seeing the word masturbation, and I was like, oh my gosh, sin next to murder, and I'm young at this point in time and not even just kind of even learning of what was actually happening, putting words to it. And already I'm dirty. Already I'm terrible, right from the get-go, at no fault of my own, for just normal things that would have happened. And because I wasn't able to tell anybody that was happening until later, I'm fighting this battle as a little girl, trying to figure out how to even make sense of this, and the only way to make sense of it is that I'm bad.
And the truth is, again, there's going to be a lot of Mormon kids, because masturbation is so prevalent. There's going to be a lot of Mormon girls and boys that have to fight that message of, pornography being evil and a sin next to murder and self-abuse. I wonder if having a history of being abused as a child, sexually abused as a child, combined with the practice of the normative, healthy practice of masturbation, I wonder if that compounds it and makes it even
absolutely
more hard than just a normal kid. Mormon kid that might be.
I've never been a normal kid, but I've talked to kids that haven't experienced it. And absolutely, I was always had a great group of friends, really, really good kids. I was always the wildest one in the group, and I was very, very tame, but I was very boy crazy. which, and again, at the time I thought it was excessively, but now looking back, I'm like, I don't even know that it was excessive. I just had boyfriends starting in 8th grade and was constantly wanting a boyfriend and loving the validation of that, and was likely extremely intense in those relationships. And they were, I was probably ready to get married and they were probably ready to be 14 in a relationship, kind of a thing. And so there's definitely something that played into that. But I don't even know that the shame I carried around it was warranted even. I was supposed to be the gatekeeper of these boys, and the fact that I was usually the one wanting more than they did, I felt like a failure at that too. And again, is that normal or is that a result of sexual abuse? Who knows? There's no way to parse that out, but the truth of it is it did exist a lot. And I dated really, really, really great guys. They were really, really sweet boys and had some really, really great relationships, that I felt loved by boys, and, and had a great group of friends. And, other than carrying around this invisible pain and this secret, I had a great childhood, a great teenage years. It's just this living with this secret that's underlying, that's just eating me up.
And we know secrets can be very toxic and unhealthy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And again, on the one hand, lots of teens in and out of Mormonism experiment sexually. It's
Mm-hmm.
very normative and probably healthy. On the other hand, it's always occurred to me that if a kid is a victim of abuse, sexual abuse, then it seems like it would be more likely for them to be more awakened to
Mm-hmm.
sexuality,
Mm-hmm.
and or potentially more inclined to believe that their worth or value might be connected to the ways that they might sexually gratify others. And again,
Okay.
I'm just guessing,
Yeah.
but I did want to see whether you think there might be something to that.
Yeah, absolutely. Because if nothing else, it turns on those feelings younger than your average kid. So I was around 8 years old. And so most of my friends were starting to even just like boys in 6th, 7th grade, and here I am in 3rd grade having some of these. And so definitely that's why I joke, that I was probably ready to get married while these 14, 15-year-old boys are like, whoa, she's pretty intense. And it was because I was probably 4 or 5 years ahead of them, in my development of sexuality as a whole. And so again, there was very few lines that were crossed as I was dating through high school, even. Really good guys that we just had a lot of fun with, big circles of friends, and had a really, really great group of core friends and larger groups. And it's just the shame that was the underlying. And I'm going to say it a lot, but there's a lot of invisible pain with being a sexual abuse victim. And then on top of that too, carrying around the story as a secret, just adding to those feelings as well. So, yeah.
All right. Well, let's talk about kind of high school and
Okay.
what do you want to share about what leads
So,
to pregnancy?
again, lots of church influence in there. I went to EFY several summers, loved EFY, had lots of fun going and finding the boy that I wanted to have be the guy that I got to take home and write letters to, and had a lot of fun with that. So then fast forward to about 17 years old, the opportunity kind of presented itself for me to let my family know that I had been abused. And it kind of rocked my family. And just because it was so out of character and so surprising for me to be coming from me. And my parents did honestly the very best thing they knew how, and they put me in counseling right away at LDS Social Services. And LDS Social Services is not very trauma informed, number one, but then, we're talking in the early 90s, and trauma therapy was very different then than it is now. And so looking back now, I know that this woman just totally re-traumatized me, and, dove in with no effort to gain trust from me. And just, I don't remember how long I was with her, but I never liked it. And I felt worse leaving than I did even coming, going into the session. And so I don't know that it was helpful at the time, but it gave a place for my parents to feel like I was being attended to in a situation that they didn't know what to do. They really didn't know what to do. And there's, and again, my dad is a prominent person in the area. And so it's not a story that I'm going to tell far and wide. And what's their primary resource is LDS Social Services, and because I didn't have any other experiences with therapists at that time, I don't know if this was the norm, but it just was not comfortable or happy for me.
And just to give Never Mormons a bit of a context there, what I learned in my 6 years leading up to my PhD in psychology was that the Mormon Church, for half century or more, has always had a healthy, I'll say an unhealthy skepticism or sense of negativity towards the mental health profession. Mm-hmm. In past decades, psychiatrists and psychologists have been denounced as satanic or evil. Mm-hmm. And so I think the way that the church responded, and that's because they would recommend things like sexual education, mm-hmm. or would say being gay isn't evil, mm-hmm. or a sin. It's healthy and normal according to doctors, or mm-hmm. masturbation is normal and healthy according to pediatricians. The church didn't like that type of wisdom, mm-hmm. or evidence-based, mm-hmm. counseling. And so what the church would do is it would train and aggregate lists of Mormon or LDS Church approved therapists, mm-hmm. that would always counsel first according to the church's desires and wishes. Bingo. And then secondly to evidence-based ethical professional guidelines. Mm-hmm. When in doubt, they would always side with the church over the ethics of the profession. Yeah. But then both youth and adults and children would be pushed by bishops and parents to these unethical therapists, mm-hmm. Funneled. Mm-hmm. And even if your family couldn't afford a therapist, and then the bishop would pay for the therapy, the bishop would only pay for the therapy if it was a church-approved therapist. Right. And so these types of therapists supported conversion therapy for gay Mormons, mm-hmm. and again, would be part of this funnel to encourage the victims to forgive their perpetrators, right. to not report to the police.
Thank you. Yes,
that protects the church.
Uh-huh. And that was a piece of it. I think that's what the traumatizing things for bringing that up is that was the push from the get-go, is to get an apology before I was even ready to.
An apology from you.
From the perpetrator.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, to work towards getting an apology and confronting the perpetrator. And that was not anything I was interested in. And it did, I was led to do that, and it did not, that's not where the amends were made. They were made better or later in life, and she did a lot of inner child work, but now we know that you got to gain a lot of trust to be able to talk to that inner child, and there just wasn't a lot of effort into that. So just diving right in, how did you feel? How did you, just reliving these terrible situations without any context, in any way, shape, or form. And again, you probably know better than me if that was norm for the times or if that was a worse situation at LDS Social Services.
Super normal, but also the church primarily wanting to minimize its legal liability, mm-hmm. and its minimize the risk of public exposure. Yes. And that's where the Boy Scout of America sexual abuse cover-ups came out of this model, mm-hmm. as well as tens of thousands, right. of girls and boys being abused within Mormon contexts outside of the Boy Scouts of mm-hmm. America. That's why we have 50 to 100 years of really rampant child sexual abuse cover-ups in the church, right. partly where LDS Social Services and mental health professionals were complicit in a system.
Mm-hmm. Complicit, and I agree. That's part of what it is too, is the complicit of it. So from there, just as I've been kind of going back and thinking about it, if I just am picturing this 17-year-old girl that's finally bubbling up, this story that's coming out. And I remember getting my patriarchal blessing around 18 at some point in time. And, you know, I've been pleading with God to just give me some relief, you know, that please hear me, please help take some of this pain away. And great, let's get a patriarchal blessing. I'm going to get some direction in this. I'm going to feel seen and heard and loved by Heavenly Father at that point in time. And so I went into it fasting, doing all the things, had a great intention, and hearing about some of the patriarchal blessings of people in my life, that they have these miraculous miraculous blessings, and telling all these personal things. And I basically, anybody could have gotten my patriarchal blessing. It was so generic. There was nothing in it except all of the basic, you're from this tribe, you will be a mother, you'll marry in the temple, you'll go on to blah, 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 right? Like there was nothing distinguishable for me. And it was just another way that I'm like, God just doesn't see me. He just doesn't love me. And he loves this friend a little bit better because their patriarchal blessing changed their life. And so what have I done? It's got to be me. It has to be me where the problem lies in this. So that's, as an overarching theme in there. And so what that creates is just this insatiable need to be good. I just need to be better. I just need to be better because I need relief. And apparently people tell me that God is where you get your relief from, but I haven't received that. You know, I don't know what that is. So it's just this, it's just this push to be better than I am. And I'm already a really good kid. You know, I'm not doing anything that's even harmful. The biggest is boyfriends, and I wasn't supposed to date before I was 16, and I had some boyfriends, you know, other than that, literally I was a great kid that made great choices and had great friends and still felt like a terrible person, a terrible, terrible person. So,
I'm so sorry.
Thank you. Yeah. And again, that's not anybody in my life that caused that. It just is kind of this, when you hear the same messages over and over and over again, and they're repeated without understanding the impact of it, it's not anybody's fault except the church, you know, for spreading these messages and hammering them in to your head, you know, the standards nights that we used to have as kids. And, you know, I'm sitting in there beet red and sweating because, it's just, you know, they're talking about things that I'm like, I don't want anybody to know that.
What types of things would they discuss?
Well, masturbation, sex, how you dress, you know, that
like in a church setting with everyone in the,
it was like a night that we all went back to the church, and there was
parents and kids, teenage kids with leaders. And then people are getting up to the pulpit saying be chaste or it's a sin next to murder, basically, you know, and don't even go near it. And so I'm kissing boys, and I really like boys a lot, and they like kissing me, you know, kind of thing. And here I am. And that's, you know, it was so benign when you know how the rest of the world operates that it breaks my heart for that little 17-year-old girl that was feeling so awful for doing things that were just normal. If anything, tame, you know, tame, when you talk about high school. And, you know, a little bit fast forward, my husband grew up not a member of the church, and talk about his high school experiences. And I'm like, yeah, I was really mild in comparison. So, you know, it's taken a long time for me to remove that shame that I carried that wasn't my shame, you know? So yeah, those are the main things from, you know, the high school years of what it is. It's just setting that up. And so then right after high school, in fact, we lived in a hotel when I graduated from high school. We moved to Seattle. And that was, my dad actually started teaching at UW as an institute teacher there. University of Washington.
Yeah. Sorry. And so it just lived north of there in Everett is where I lived, in the Seattle area, and immediately started going to a single adult ward. So I'm 19 years old going to church with, like, I think at that time they allowed like up to 32 to be in the ward. It might have been 28, but there was a couple of guys that I was hanging out with that I remember being almost double my age. Wow. And here it was a brand new single adult ward. I think it started, gosh, I don't know, like September when I moved there, and I moved there July. It started September, and I started going almost right away. So very new. Everybody was excited. It was a fun ward. It was super, super fun. We loved, we had lots of activities. I made some really, really good friends. And in addition to this, my dad taught, we were about 30, 40 minutes from the Seattle area is where we lived. And he taught an institute class at our ward building. So we didn't have to go all the way down to Seattle for the class. And so we went to that. I think Wednesday or Thursday night, we went to that. And again, lots of really, really fun friends that were there. And so shortly into moving into the ward, and taking into consideration this heaviness that I felt of my patriarchal blessing was probably 6 months before I started going to the single adult ward, and God doesn't love me. God doesn't love me. God doesn't see me. He doesn't take these terrible things away from me, but he helps other people. What can I do? And so it's just kind of this darkness inside of me. And I saw a guy there that I just recently remembered that he'd only been baptized 1 month, and you could tell he'd lived a much more colorful life that I had. And more or less, I was like, that's the one that I want. And the notion going into it is like, I can help this convert. I'm a good kid. I can help him. I can do all the things to be able to, help show him the ways of the church. This is my way to kind of move forward and build my own testimony and that kind of a thing. And so we started dating. And we only dated about, in total, I think it was about 4 months, but it was, again, a very normal behavior that I felt so much shame about. 2 months into our relationship, we had sex for the first time. And I would say that there was definitely some coercion in there, but I don't think in malice intent on his part. He saw that as a very normative behavior, and I didn't. And it just was. And it was not like a regular thing. It just was just kind of the simple thing that boyfriend and girlfriend, two consenting adults, were having sex. But my parents found out somehow. I don't even remember how it was, and it did not go well. I was grounded at 19 years old, and I obeyed the grounding, which is, says a lot about who the good kid I am. I'm an adult, and I'm like, oh, my parents grounded me, and it's worth noting. So this is February, and on Valentine's Day, I had a family home evening at my house, and my now husband showed up at that family home evening on Valentine's Day because he knew my dad. He was kind of quiet and shy. I'd seen him at church, and he's really super cute, but he's kind of quiet. I don't know that if we had ever even talked, maybe said hi, but that night he came, and I'm still dating this guy, and there's just a magnetism between us. And he talked to me about my dog, like, tell me you love me by asking me about my dog, and so we just
language.
Right. I mean, that gets even bigger in the story. So he asked me about my dog. He told me he had 2 dogs, and he asked me if I wanted to play racquetball that weekend. And I'm like, sure. I'd never even picked up a racquetball racket. Absolutely. I want to go play racquetball. And, and there was just a magnetism from there. And so we actually started hanging out with this boyfriend of mine too. And we all did things together. And there was, a couple of other friends that were in the circle. And we decided to go on a trip, come down to Utah there was 5 of us in a little hatchback Honda Civic driving from Seattle to here. And on that trip was the trip that I ended up getting pregnant. And it was also the same trip that my husband and I had the connection point. He and I don't remember the timing of this, but he and I stayed up one night talking literally all night long. And my boyfriend at the time came out in the morning and was like, oh, what's going on here? And it was, oh, hi. Yeah, Troy and I are just talking at this point. And then one day around that was the day that I got pregnant too. So having that connection with Troy, I came home and broke up with the guy immediately. And then, but I had this nagging feeling that I was going to be pregnant, and it didn't make sense in my mind. And I mean, I'm telling you that it was probably less than 10 times that we ever even had sex. And it was not like I was out sleeping around. It wasn't, like I was a promiscuous person. I was having sex with my boyfriend at the time. So about 3 weeks later, I found out that I was pregnant. And it was sobering is a good word, but it also was like, nobody thinks it's going to be them. Nobody thinks it's going to be them that it's going to happen to. I didn't have any conversations about consent, and what consent genuinely means. I talk about condoms. I don't let him decide whether we're going to have condoms or not. I have a right to say no, even in the last second. I didn't know that. I'm supposed to be the gatekeeper of this guy. I'm supposed to be the one that's bringing him into the church, and I've already got him to this far. I can't not follow through, and there's no education or, again, I just learned that more so recently in listening to podcasts and stuff, that there was, I don't want to blame him in any way, shape, or form, but there was coercion in it because of a lack of communication between us, because a lack of understanding how we were approaching this adult thing that we were doing. And he didn't have it either. And so it wasn't something necessarily I wanted to do, but it wasn't necessarily something he forced me to do either, And so I found out I was pregnant.
Would you have been taught to use birth control if you're going to be sexually active by your parents or church leaders?
It's complicated. I do remember sex ed classes in school. I was in my senior year, I was in a class about, it was Friends Against Drug Dependencies, FAD, but we did talk a lot about sexual health in there too, and did a big report on STDs. And so that was the thing that was primary in my mind, was STDs. And this is early 90s. So the AIDS epidemic is just finally, it's just starting to kind of tone down slightly, but that's still very prominent and very front of my mind. So it was more about STDs than it was about pregnancy. It's not like I knew how to use a condom, and it's not like I even was brave enough to go buy a condom. It was his responsibility. And there's no way I'm going to ask for birth control pills, at that point in time. I mean, when my parents found out I was having sex, they grounded me. That's not very safe for me to go and have a conversation about this. And so, yes, maybe, but not enough to make it so that I felt like I could have action. It was probably more so like, yeah, I know that information's out there, but no way to access it,
Okay.
So I lived outside of the home with friends for like 2 weeks, or maybe it wasn't very long that I lived out. And during that time is when I found out that I was pregnant. And so I told my roommate first thing. And funny thing was, Troy was actually on his way over to our house at that point in time, and my friends sent him home because I just found out. And
your current husband,
my current husband, he was right there in the middle of all of it. And the timing of this is kind of mixed up in my mind, just because I kind of went into a trauma state at this point in time. But I did tell my parents. It turns out that I have had a blocked memory about how that was received. I had very much whitewashed it. Later, my sister was there too. She had lived with us for a short period of time, and she clarified how it all went down. And my brain is amazing and protected me for a lot of years. And so when I'm retelling this, I have to also be conscious of that. I could have some blocked memories around this time period too. When my sister told me, I was like, man, my brain is so amazing. I love how much it protects me, Did
you want to say what her memory was, or did you not want to say what
I'd rather not. Okay, yeah. It just was a little bit more extreme version of what
the reaction
happened.
Was negative.
Yeah, their reaction was very, very
by
negative.
Your parents.
Yeah,
or
very,
by,
very. I knew that because I was the good kid, that this was literally destroying them. They had gotten through my tough older siblings that had run them through the ringer, kind of a thing. And I was the easy one at the end. And so to disappoint with, again, the sin next to murder, I mean, that was a pretty big cross to carry, you know.
So other siblings also were not able or didn't want to live up to all LDS church standards as teens?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So the last 4 of us are in a 5-year period of time. So there's 2 older sisters, and then the last 4 of us were in for just under 5 years. And so they kept my mom busy. Yeah. They kept her busy, and I stayed quietly on the outside, you know, and as I've said multiple times, I was the good girl. I didn't cause a whole lot of trouble. So knowing that I was really, truly disappointing my parents for something more than lying about wearing eyeliner, you know, I mean, this was a major, major thing. And I mean, I had remembered the expression on my dad's face, and where I had remembered him in the room was not accurate even. So I had conjured up this whole other scenario, but it devastated them. And my brain didn't feel safe enough to keep that memory. So even when my sister told me that, I'm like, I have no memory of it until she said one little phrase that resonated in my body to go, oh my gosh, wow. And she wouldn't make it up anyway. I mean, that's just not who she is. So,
so not a very positive reaction from your parents.
No.
Yeah.
The love that I had around me in those first couple of days was my best friend, my sister, that was there. And then that night, I believe, is when I called Troy, my now husband, and told him, and he was the circle of support around me too.
Wow.
So the guy, the boyfriend, I had told him somewhere before I had told Troy, before I had told my parents, we went to Planned Parenthood in Seattle, and they were actually amazing to me. They even pulled me out in the hall and said, "Are you safe in this relationship?" And I said that I was, and they said, gave me a phone number quietly, and they were really, really amazing. And I don't know if you guys know this, today is the anniversary of when Roe v. Wade was overturned, which is appropriate for an adoption story too.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
Yeah. And there was, just for reference, there was no pressure for adoption or for neither adoption nor abortion or anything.
From Planned Parenthood.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. They were very, very neutral and kind. And despite what I went into it with a lot of fear of, oh my gosh, I have to go to Planned Parenthood. And they were just nothing but great to me at that point in time.
When you say had to, my guess is your parents wouldn't have wanted you to go to Planned Parenthood.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
So why?
I wanted a confirmed pregnancy test.
Okay.
Just not an at-home one. I mean, this was changing my life. And
absolutely.
So I wanted somebody other than a pregnancy test at home to confirm this for me. So that's where we went. That day we went to the mall, this boyfriend and I, and purchased a ring, and he proposed to me that night, and I pretended like that was going to be okay. And I wore the ring overnight, and then to work the next day. I got home from work at like 1:00, took it off, and was like, this is not the way that it needs to go. It's not okay. I mean, now if you know he and I, it's like, how did we even date, let alone, do this together? And I mean, we were not compatible. He was not somebody that I had envisioned having in my life at any long term, especially linked with a child, or marriage kind of a thing. So
that's an amazing point of clarity. To have. Yeah.
Immediately I knew I had a child involved in this. A lot of times I know young pregnant girls don't really see a child through all of this. They see this as a pregnancy kind of thing. And maybe this is why I like to distinguish it a little bit from being a teen pregnancy, is because I felt like I had a lot of maturity right from the get-go of it, and maybe that's where my sass comes from on that one. And so it really did become about my child right away.
Really quickly, do you want to state what the Mormon Church's position was on abortion as far as you understood it at the time? Or is that not even relevant?
No, that's totally fine. I mean, it was, if you're going to talk about sex being the sin next to murder, it was murder. And so it's not an option. I mean, period. It's not an option. And thankfully, I know personally that does align with me. And so that wasn't ever anything that I felt was taken away by the church. Like, that was a personal opinion of mine. Nothing, I didn't have anything against it. I supported, especially after going to Planned Parenthood. I mean, I had this preconceived notion of this being this bad little dirty place kind of thing. And it was opposite of that. And it just, I mean, there wasn't even a sign that said abortion there. I mean, it literally was just, you need a pregnancy test. Do you need any other support?
Yeah.
That was it.
So I want to make sure I understand. Did you just say that you also believed abortion was murder?
No, sorry.
Okay.
I believed that it was wrong for me.
For you?
Yep.
Okay.
I felt like that was a personal decision that was aligned with the church and fueled by the church. But it started with my own personal conviction.
Okay.
This was a child. This was my child right from the beginning of things.
So for you never personally entertained the option of abortion?
I mean, of course it comes in your mind and then it's
Yeah.
immediately out.
Okay. You wanted to have the child.
Yeah. So for me, it came down to two choices: keep her or parent on my own, or place her for adoption. Those were my two options. Now, to add confusion to it, Troy and I started dating right after that, for the very first time. To complicate the story a little bit more, so he was baptized into the church when he was 21 years old, 21, and he was dating a girl at the time, and they were engaged, but their relationship wasn't progressing anywhere. So she had gone on a mission, and that's when I met him. So she was on a mission at that point in time. He had loved her for 5 years, and, she was a very integral person, and he couldn't fully let go of her until she came home, which was fair and valid. And I love to say that we were the right people, the epitome of the right people at the wrong time. I mean, we had this incredible magnetism, and we tried getting together at that point in time. It lasted about 2 weeks. And then from there, he was just my best friend, and stuck by my side. And I dated a couple of other guys in between, like really fast, really quickly on, trying to be like, can I find a dad for this baby? Is that going to be a way that I can get out of the adoption side of things? Is that because I know keeping a baby is not aligned with the church at all. And I was working part-time at the time. I had no education. I knew my family would be complicated about it. They had come around to supporting me in words and the very best that they knew how to support. But their support came from, this is what the church is saying, and we agree with the church, And there was a letter that came out. Actually, sorry, it was an Ensign article that came out while I was pregnant. I had her in December, and this came out in September of 94. I put the pieces together just as I was kind of piecing the story together, that September was also the month that I decided to actually go through with adoption. So to say that this wasn't influential is, I mean, I don't remember specifically reading this, but there's no way that that's just a coincidence.
And this is, for those who don't know, this is the Mormon Church's official adult magazine.
Correct.
Called the Ensign.
Yes.
At the time.
And it comes out monthly.
Yeah.
And it's called A Guidance for Unwed Parents. And so, I mean, and it genuinely did feel like, oh my gosh, is God seeing me? I've been craving for God to see me, to help me through all of this.
You're like, here it is.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That I'm like, oh, I finally, the guidance that I need, I've been asking for you to show up. Thank you for showing up, So
you said this is the October.
This is September.
September 1994.
Yeah. So it wasn't a conference talk.
Ensign.
Yeah, because conference talks come out in October usually.
But I was always taught the Ensign should be considered scripture.
Correct. Yeah, I did too.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I was told that exact same thing too. Okay. So I just kind of want to read some of the lines that are through it, if that's okay.
Please.
That these are the messages that framed my decision. So the church had put out a letter. The first presidency had put out a letter in February of 94. So I'm positive I had read this too, at that point in time. And it says, we note with alarm the continued decline of moral values in society and the result number of children being born by unwed mothers. So right there, I was told that I had no morals immediately. Every effort should be made in helping those who conceive out of wedlock to establish an eternal family relationship. Okay, so single parenting isn't an option right there. When the unwed person is unable or unwilling to marry, they should be encouraged to place a child for adoption, and preferably through LDS social services. Another thing I want to talk about through this, I'll go through this, but I do want to come back to a disciplinary council that I had as well too, that played into this. So there was, and it says right in here, in the category of sins, unchastity stands next to murder. Never in generations of ours have morals have been as loose as they are now. So these are the messages that I am hearing in order to make this decision.
That can't even be true. Like, I'm thinking of the 60s and the 70s and Woodstock.
Come on.
Like, what the heck?
Really?
Well, how could we're talking the early 90s?
Yeah. I know, when you look back in history, the 90s are pretty tame.
Yeah.
There's no uproars. There's grunge music in Seattle, like heaven forbid.
A lot of flannel.
Right. Everybody was modestly dressed even. I mean, maybe some belly showing, but it's not like highly promiscuous. And anyway, I know. But this is the moral values were at such a decline. And I'm now a member of this. I'm now a part of this epidemic is how I understood it. That's what this is saying.
Debauchery.
Yeah, exactly. With no morals. I mean, it says twice now, I've already read no morals, basically. Let's see. Then it tells us that studies, and this one's funny because the study is like 1963. I went and looked up through the footnotes of this. I think one of them is like in these studies that they're old. Studies show that pregnant teens who marry before giving birth generally have more stable marriages, do better financially, and have healthier babies than those who do not marry or who marry after the birth of the child. So I needed to get married in the next 9 months.
Yeah.
That's what needed to happen. If I wanted to get married, it couldn't even be when she's a baby. It needed to be before she was even born. So
if you wanted to keep the baby.
If I wanted to keep the baby, I need to get married now. So I did go and date quite a few guys. Like Troy's not working out, he's my person, but I don't want to I'm having to choose between him being ready and giving my child away.
It's like this desperation, this scarcity, that where it's like, fix it.
Yeah.
You're in this place of just,
Yeah.
I'm feeling it for you.
Yeah. Thank you. And dated a couple of really desperate guys in there that weren't positive experiences too,
That's just not a good context for choosing a life partner.
No.
The feeling of being rushed
to
find someone, or else you lose your baby.
Yeah. Or you're harming your baby. That's the bigger thing, is that if I don't do this, it's not best for my child. And that's, my whole motivation through all of this is I want what's best for my baby. Mm-hmm. That's the only thing I cared about. And so I'm reading this and it's like, well, I better get married. If I'm going to be her mom, I better get married right now, and so I'm pursuing. And I would say, I had kind of toned that down. That was right in the initial part because I did know that this was, that was the case. But that's asinine to me,
mm-hmm.
That if you don't get married before, sorry, you're screwed.
Right.
And it's there in black and white,
Yeah.
Couple of other things it says is, this might be this 1960 study, 3/5 of illegitimate children, which, I know that's part of the times, but I hate that term so bad. Illegitimate. My child's legitimate. Thank you very much. She's a very legitimate person. So 3/5 of illegitimate children and their mothers depend on welfare assistance for minimal substances. The social consequences are even worse for single teenage households when the mother has not had the opportunity to prepare for the responsibility of caring for her families. Studies of family of equal economic levels show that even in the best conditions, children without fathers tend to receive lower grades, score lower on tests, and get in trouble with legal authorities far more than children with a father. Several studies show that these fatherless children are more likely to participate in gangs, commit crimes, start fires, use drugs, attempt suicide. Daughters, and a soul-to-soul connection was fairly certain that I was carrying a daughter. Daughters of teenage mothers have a greater likelihood of later becoming unwed teenagers themselves. Tell me that's not manipulative.
So your kids are going to be drug addicts, convicts, or prostitutes.
Yeah, there's no hope. There's no home for my baby if I keep her. And on top of that too, I don't have any schooling at this point in time. I'm working part-time. I live at home, and the father I think he was a high school dropout. I mean, he's not going to provide a whole heck of a lot for us either. So yeah, that's pretty manipulative. Okay, so then in contrast, what about placing children for adoption? Okay, are you ready for this one? This is, and the part that bothers me about this is now knowing that no adopted child goes without any kind of trauma. They're literally ripped from their caregiver right from the beginning. And that doesn't mean that it's going to hinder them their whole lives, but it is an immediate attachment bond that's broken. And so to not take that into consideration in any of this letter it's a big miss, big miss. So children of adoptive parents, even when compared to general populations, have better economic environments, have parents who are better educated and more mature than the parents of the general population. Other studies show that parents of adopted children generally have more stable homes and are likely to not divorce than the general public, less likely to divorce than the general public. When adoption is arranged through LDS Social Services, the baby will be placed in a home of an active Latter-day Saint couple. Adoptive parents have been carefully screened and are considered worthy under the guidance. This is the one that gets me. All, not some, all children that are placed through LDS Social Services have ultimately been sealed to their adoptive families in the temple. That's in black and white. There's no choice on my part at this point in time. There's literally no choice.
Why?
Because if I keep her, she's damned to hell. Her chance of success is 2%. If I place her with a temple worthy family with a dad there, she's just going to soar off and do amazing things that I can't do. And I kept saying, I can't be the mother she deserves. I can't be the mother that she deserves. And again, she was my primary focus. All I cared about was her and what was best for her. And it's in black and white. I'm going to screw her up. I'm going to screw this up if I keep her. But somebody else can do better than me. And that's what she deserves. She doesn't deserve little old me that screwed up everything in life and is dirty and bad. And, all of that. I'm a screwed up person at this point in time. For what? We don't know. For having sex with a boyfriend as an adult. I think that just gives a good enough picture of, what the narrative was around this, of what I was making my decision.
Can I ask one more question?
Absolutely.
So I remember moving to Utah in 87. I grew up outside of Utah, but I was Mormon. But moving to Utah was the first time I had ever listened to sort of Utah Mormon radio. And every Sunday there was a radio station that played the sounds of the Sabbath. And they would play kind of Mormon pop culture religious songs. And I was into it. I loved it. Because, I could listen to Mormon Tabernacle Choir, but I didn't know about Julie de Azevedo Hanks or Afterglow.
Yeah, it was all the EFY singers.
All the EFY singers. Minnie Gledhill eventually. Kenneth Cope. And so
I remember that too.
I will never forget when I would listen to the Sounds for Sunday, hearing this one song every single Sunday. Do you know what song I'm about to mention?
Is it the Michael McLean?
No, I don't know.
It's from God's hands.
It's called from
God.
It's called From God's Arms to my arms to yours.
Yours. Do you remember that one?
Oh yeah, it was formative.
Will you talk about that? Because I've tried to think about that now. I don't think it was a coincidence or just random that song was played constantly every Sunday in Utah on the radio stations. It would seem to me that if the church wanted young teenage girls to give their unwed teenage girls to give their children up for adoption, that they would have a song like that commissioned and that they would instruct the radio stations to play that song constantly. Because in addition to the logical arguments that you just read from the church publishing in its literature, I found this song at the time when I listened to it to be inspiring and emotionally compelling. Do you remember how the chorus goes?
Oh yeah.
Would you want to sing it, or you want me to sing it?
You can sing it.
It's like, maybe you can tell your so this is from the standpoint of the mother.
It's from
giving the child up for adoption.
Yes.
She's singing a song.
It's the birth mother
to the birth
mother
mother singing
to
the adopted mother.
Yeah.
And she says, maybe the song goes, maybe you can tell your baby when you love her so that she's been loved before by someone who delivered your son.
And I said daughter.
From God's arms to my arms to yours.
Yeah.
And it you know, and you don't have to do this, but would you kiss her once for me?
Yeah.
The first time that she, you know,
skins her knee.
falls and skins her knee, you know, and when she makes, you know, will you hug her twice as long when she makes her mistakes and tell her that she's not alone?
Yeah.
Sometime that's all it takes.
Yeah.
When you hear that song, we're
going to get into the rough part of getting here now. Okay. So I am a music lover. I played piano my whole life. And it was my catharsis. You know, I was angry. I had my angry songs. I had my happy songs. And so music speaks to me. He also put out a song right when I was pregnant, right around that time. That was also when his Forgotten Carols came out. And actually, Troy and I went to a performance of Forgotten Carols when we lived in Seattle. And I was very pregnant. I mean, it was Christmas time. She was born in December. So Forgotten Carols are Christmas time. I keep going like this because my husband's back there. So if we see that, that's what that is. And we went to it, and I love Forgotten Carols. It's a really, really great message and all that. I don't remember it very well because as an encore, he sang that song. And I was very, very pregnant. And
the song that I just, Michael McLean sang that as an encore to the Forgotten Carols. Okay.
And again, I'm searching for God. And it was a moment that was like, he sees me, he hears me, he knows I'm here in this audience. And this is exactly what I needed, you know, to be seen, and confirmation that, yes, I'm doing the right thing, because this song, you know, I mean, the song, and it's speaking to me in a personal language that I actually can relate to and that I do know. And it just felt really, really personal to me. And it was that thing that I was reaching for. And it was the fact that I was just that pregnant. It fueled me to get me through what I had to face ahead of me. I mean, I would say it was probably no more than 3 weeks before I delivered her that we went to this concert, and Michael McLean sang to me personally up in the balcony, you know.
And he was the songwriter for Families Are Eternal, the church video, for Families Are Forever, and Our Heavenly Father's Plan, You're Not Alone. And all I'm trying to highlight is there's this issue of informed consent that we talked about and of coercion. It's one thing if you're like given all the evidence, good and bad, told how it can be good or bad either
options,
way.
Resources.
But if you're
like Planned Parenthood was for me, right?
Yeah.
That what do you need? What do you need right now? There's no ulterior motive, but what do you need? I don't know that anybody asked me that.
Yeah.
You know, everybody was looking to help me out of the situation and to help me to want to do what was best. They knew my heart, that I wanted nothing more than to keep this baby. I mean, from the time I was little, I never wanted to go to school. I wanted to be a mom. You know, I never really even said a career path. It was, well, maybe a teacher, because then I can be a mom too, you know? And so I did have support around me, but the only voice that ever said, you don't have to do this, was Troy, my husband.
Yeah.
He was the only voice around me that said, you don't have to do this.
Yeah.
And it was a minor voice in all of, I mean, it weighed heavy on me, but at the same time, it was like, okay, if I don't have to do this, then will you marry me? You know, kind of thing, because that's the only option.
Yeah. Well, the point I just wanted to drive home is, you know, there's this idea that there's no such thing as drunk consent. You know, you can't consent if you're drunk or asleep.
Right.
and a child can never consent because they're a child. I think you could argue that there's no such thing as consent under religious duress.
I would agree.
Even if you're 19 years old, if you're told that God wants it, that this is God's plan, if God's chief songwriter is writing this song and is sharing it at his concerts in a church context, and then the church's magazine is telling you what the right answer is, and your parents are all agreeing with it.
My bishop.
Even if you're an adult, you could argue the social pressures, the coercion of claiming that God wants this. It doesn't allow for, it's coercive.
And and I would add two other things.
Yeah.
The fact that you have had a narrative placed on you that you do not have what it takes for this child to feel love, which of course is like your initial thing. It's like you're less than, you're the devalued thing. I think that is a certain place to be when you're making this decision, right? That you feel broken, that you're feeling, and then also that you're being told over and over again that love looks this one way. It is one way. And that is to give your baby up.
That's it. That's it. And that shows unconditional love. And that I probably in there that I didn't read is it also, I don't remember if it explicitly says, but basically if you keep the child, it's selfish.
Yeah.
And that was really the prominent message around, was that it would have been selfish for me to keep my baby. I do kind of want to go back and talk about the disciplinary council that I had too, because that really went and played into this as well too.
At what point is this?
It was very early on in the pregnancy. So you
had an unhealthy relationship with bishops prior. I don't think you actually
I didn't talk about that much. Yeah. I mean, that the relationship that I had with the bishop is that they asked uncomfortable questions. I mean, the worthiness interviews and masturbation is a thing in my life, and I don't align with for the strength of you. So, but I'm not going to not go to the temple, to the baptisms for the dead. And so I've been lucky enough to have really great bishops in my life, really, really, really good men. But it still is a grooming practice. I mean, no matter how you reframe it, no matter how nice the guy is, no matter what their intentions are, it is a grooming practice. And so, yes.
For a bishop to talk to a teenage girl about
masturbation
alone in a closed office.
Yeah. And add to that too, that I thought the things that I was doing with my boyfriend were wrong. I mean, kissing, and there might have been like feeling things, but not, I mean, so benign, so benign, that it just wasn't, it wasn't even reportable. But at the same time, I felt like I was withholding information too. It was teaching me to lie and be uncomfortable. And I'm not somebody that lies. I mean, I'm a truth teller. And if I have a lie, my gosh, it eats me alive, especially because I had to carry a lie my whole life, that my whole childhood. I am against lying totally.
But in this case, there's a lie can be a boundary.
You're right. Yeah. I wish I had realized it then. Yeah.
Not when you're telling the lie as a Mormon teen.
A 12-year-old, going into there.
Yeah.
So somehow the bishop found out. I am unclear about how that happens. Again, that was a memory that I had one way and my journals show a different way. So I trust my journals more than my memory, but it's not really relevant in that. But so a disciplinary council was held, I believe. I would say within the first month of finding out that I was pregnant, really, really early on. And my heart really breaks as I've been going back and kind of doing some work to prep for this. My heart really, really breaks for my boyfriend at the time, because he's stuck in a situation that he's just brand new in this Mormon church that he knows nothing about. He was non-religious. He'd had a very, very rough, I said that I think he was a high school dropout. I mean, that kind of gives a pretty good picture for what it was. And here he is thrown into this culture that is so foreign to him, and I had a lot of anger towards him. Thankfully, Troy knew him and kept me off of a ledge for quite a while with it. But going back, and again, I'm looking at this poor little 19-year-old boy, and he's been being put through this too. And I'm really grateful to have been able to go back and revisit a lot of this so I can I really just have compassion for him. I really, really do. It was years of anger, and it's truly just compassion for him at this point in time. So we were back to back, and I don't know why they did that, but I went in first, and I remember him sitting out in the hall, which is weird. Doesn't that seem weird and compare it for how they run? I don't know why that even happened, but so we go in, and there's 3 men in suits that are intimidating, and they're older men, my dad's age or older, and one contemporary guy that's supposed to be my, he's like
advocate.
Yeah, not my advocate. He was the record keeper of it, but he was somebody I hung out with in social settings.
Like executive secretary.
Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. Yep.
Oh.
Yeah, but he's a friend. I don't remember who he is now, but I remember just being super uncomfortable that he's there and he's asking all these questions, or he's listening to this entire thing.
The 4 men and you, is that right?
As I remember it,
Okay,
yes.
yeah.
Yes, as I remember. Again, do we trust my memory? No, let's listen to my feelings instead.
Did anyone go in with you?
Mm-mm.
You went in by yourself?
Just me in there with these 4 men.
And you're 19.
I'm 19.
Yeah.
Yep. And let's come back and remember that I had just recently, 2 years prior, just recently told that I'd been sexually abused my whole life, or for X amount of years in my life. And so this is very, very, very raw in me still too. And I'm not comfortable talking about it. And they asked me if I'd been sexually abused. In this room, I'm not comfortable telling anybody, let alone in a room full of men in suits,
They're asking you that.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. And then they asked me about masturbation. I'm not going to lie. In this situation, I'm trying to get on God's good graces again. There's not going to be lying in this. They asked specifics of sex. How often? What do we do? They checked all of the boxes of it, and it was humiliating. It was absolutely humiliating.
They wanted details of the sexual acts.
Mm-hmm. How often?
I'm so sorry.
Thank you. Yeah. Just, really, really, really humiliating.
Mm-hmm.
And what resulted from it is I was disfellowshipped.
Which means what?
It means that I was released from my calling as a Relief Society teacher, that I think I'd had it 2 months. And so that's pretty obvious that I did something wrong when you're in the Mormon world and somebody gets called and then released, they've done something wrong. They've screwed up. And then I couldn't take the sacrament until an undetermined time, that it was X amount of time before I could take the sacrament. I couldn't pray in public.
Those are public shaming, right? Because
absolutely
everyone else is taking the tray and the bread and the water, and everyone can see. But for you, what did it mean?
And to be fair, it wasn't a singles ward, and there's a lot less people taking the sacrament. It is a little bit more forgiving as far as that goes. Whether they go to a parent ward first and then come there, but it's not. The number of people not taking sacrament is higher in this singles ward in particular than it is in a family ward. So
seems like it'd still be shaming.
Oh yeah.
What made you feel like you wanted to give that disclaimer? Like it seems you would take it weekly, and then all of a sudden you have to pass it on by every time it's passed to you.
Yeah, you're calling out that I do like to whitewash things.
No, I'm not trying to call you out.
No, you're spot on. You're spot on. I really, really do. And that's actually something I've been working on recently, is to hold accountability where accountability is due, because I am a kind person, and I don't want to be angry, and I don't want to come off as angry, but I do want to tell truth too. And so you're absolutely right. And I hid my pregnancy. I hid it. And I'm one of the people that hardly even shows that I'm pregnant. And so I just wore baggy dresses, and it just looked like I went wide instead of frontwise. And, I wore regular jeans until I was 6+ months pregnant, and so could just get away with baggy shirts, kind of thing.
Also have to know that when you're told you can't pray at church, that can also be very publicly shaming, because either they or you have to proactively tell people, don't call Myndee to pray, which immediately tells them you've sinned.
Yep.
Or the worst case, because oftentimes people are invited to pray spontaneously. A Sunday school teacher or Relief Society president might say, "Hey, Sister Tollefson, do you mind saying the prayer?" And if you're disfellowshipped, what do you have to say?
You have to go, I need to go to the bathroom.
I can't pray.
Yeah, I can't pray. For me, I found ways to either be late to class, because they usually ask at the beginning of class.
It can give you a lot of anxiety. You're wondering if someone's going to ask, or you have to always be aware.
And it genuinely made it so I hated praying in public. from there forward. You also couldn't bear your testimony. And one of the things that was really frustrating about that to me is I'm supposed to be having this absolutely spiritual experience of growth, right? And one of the ways in the church that we're taught to continue to grow is to share our testimonies, to grow. And so I'm being shackled and shamed even in my growth. That's getting me there. You can't get up and talk. You can't. But the irony of it, and I mean, I'm jumping forward just for a second, is that I was cleared of disfellowship and could now pray and bear my testimony immediately after she was born. Like as soon as the first week back to church, I could take the sacrament. And so this baby was my shame.
Wow.
Yeah. This pregnant belly was my shame.
And I'll just, one more thing. Why, if Jesus is all about the atonement and forgiveness and repentance and being made whole, why would you want to take things like prayer and the taking of the sacrament away from someone when they need it potentially most? I mean, the logic is you have to be worthy,
right,
I guess, to take it, but that doesn't make sense because the sacrament's all about repenting of your sins. So why would they take it away when that's what it's for?
I know it did not make sense to me either at the time. And then think about so I'm a bad influence at church, right? That's the reason you can't do any of this stuff is because I'm a bad influence at church. Well, doesn't that just feed into that I'm not worthy to keep my child too? Because I'm a bad influence and therefore I'm not worthy of my daughter.
If you can't pray or take sacraments, certainly you can't be a mom to a baby.
Right. And so then I'm supposed to be going home and praying, but if I'm not worthy to pray at church, then am I worthy to pray at home? Am I going to get inspiration? You know, I mean, I'm not worthy, period. That's what the church is telling me. So, and so in the midst of all of this, you don't get more vulnerable than an unplanned pregnancy. That is literally the most vulnerable place that a woman can be in. And it is, until you've been in that position, it's not something that you can understand. It really genuinely isn't. And so you're taking this young wounded child and putting her in a position of needing to make the very most important decisions of her life with no support except here's what you do. You're looking for guidance and here it is. That's all that you have in front of you is follow this plan and you're going to be okay.
Yeah.
You're going to be okay if you do what we say, but it's your choice.
Right.
It's your choice.
Okay. I have a question. Up to this point, what is your relationship with the punishment you receive? Are you like, yes, punish me. I need to be punished for what I've done?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I didn't feel like it was unjust in any way, shape, or form. I was worried about excommunication even. So I felt like, oh, I've got some really sympathetic bishops, that I didn't get excommunicated. I just got disfellowshipped.
Got off lucky.
Yeah. Because again, let's say it again, sin next to murder.
Yeah. Okay. And then my other question is, through this period of time, are there people that you mentioned in the beginning having a few people? I'm just curious, you're now you're pregnant, it's further along, you've had the hearing in quotation marks, but are you able to talk to anyone and really share your heart with anyone during this time? I'm just trying to get a sense for how alone you feel.
Yeah, thank you for recognizing that. Yes, I did. But again, it was just guarded. I didn't feel like I could really, really express I wanted to keep this baby more than anything in my life. There was
no place for that.
Yeah, there was nobody I could really say it to. I could say, I don't want to do this. I could say a lot of things that skirted around it, but it was not safe for me to say. I couldn't allow myself to really, truly want to get into the core. And again, being sexually abused, I was really good at being disembodied. I knew how to not feel. And so I had that skill already developed so that I could just no, it's okay, and so I could have talked to my friend at the time, and I'm sure we did have conversations. I know Troy and I did have some conversations. My sister who did live with us at the time, we had conversations too. I had another sister that lived a mile from us in Seattle, we had conversations too, but none of it was authentic down to my core.
Right.
All of it was for me to just keep saying the rhetoric enough for me to start believing it.
Right.
And honestly, it felt like an Abrahamic sacrifice for me. It really did. That if I'm looking for redemption, which I was, I'm being disfellowshipped. I want to work my way back to this. If I'm looking for redemption, this is your path. This is your path. And I kept waiting, for something to pop in, because how could a loving God know my heart, that I want nothing more than to be a mother, and tell me that I can't, tell me that I'm not good enough to be a mother? And that's not something that that is taken in lightly.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a very sensitive person. And so it's riddled around anything. And so I had to shield myself from those true feelings. I really, really did.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Let me just ask you a question. If, let's just say, and I don't know if you can answer this, but see if it's worth trying to answer. If you could go back and let's just say the message from the church would have been, you know what, you're perfect and worthy. These things happen,
Mm-hmm.
but God loves you as he always did, and you're great.
Mm-hmm.
And you can raise your kid, and the church will help you through it, and your family will help you through it, or you can give it up for adoption if you feel like that's what's best for you and for the baby. And the baby, we will work with your family and you to help you raise a great kid if that's what you want. Or if you choose to get it for adoption, we'll make sure that the baby gets a great upbringing. If you had been presented it
with those
two choices, do you have a sense for what your instinct would have said?
Yeah. And that's such a fair question, because there was a lot of girls that were pregnant at the same time as me, that is what they received. They did. I've talked to many.
LDS or non-LDS?
Yeah, both.
Okay.
Both. Wow. Yeah, both. Yeah. Being a birth mom and then starting to talk about it more and more, I'm kind of a magnet to these stories. I hear a lot of stories from a lot of people, of a sister, a friend, whatever. And so it is, it's almost a joke now that I'll say something and then somebody will be like, oh my gosh, I'm adopted. And I'm like, it's crazy. I'm like, yeah, right. It is crazy, because it just finds me. This story kind of does. But so back to your question, I've learned now, and without telling too much going forward, that it is a very unsafe place for me to go and visit that too much.
Yeah.
Because it is, I know my true answer is, if I had been presented with that, I would have kept her.
Yeah. There's
not a question in the world. I was waiting until the very last second for something to come in and intervene and say, you don't have to do this, Myndee. You really don't have to do this. And so at every point in time, I was looking to not follow through.
Yeah.
So my answer, absolutely, there's no way I would have. However, would that have been in her best interest? Once we get going in the story a little bit more, it's just not safe. It's not a safe place for me to spend a lot of time. I've spent some time there.
I understand.
And it takes me to a dark place, and it
worries.
takes my daughter to a dark place too. So
yeah,
it's a fair question though. Very fair.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So should we talk about the LDS Family Services and how you were told this would go down and how you were told your child would be taken care of?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's get into that. So September, the same month that awesome article came out, I reached out to LDS Social Services, and for logistical purposes, so we lived in Everett, and it was down in Renton. And so in no traffic, you're talking an hour drive, but Seattle traffic, it could be a 2-hour drive down there. And so I only met with her in our stake center like once a month, kind of a thing. But the social worker, I only met with her about once a month for those couple of months. I did talk to her several times. She let me know of a group that was meeting, but again, it was all teenage moms, and I felt much more mature than what the other girls going through LDS Social Services was. And she did confirm that at that point in time too, that she wasn't sure. And she did recognize there was maturity on my part too. And she was fantastic. She was absolutely fantastic. This social worker was. So we go through the process, and she gives me 3 profiles to look at. And I just wanted to bring these to show like what it actually looks like from the beginning. So we have this front page that literally it says education, occupation, interests, health problems, physical characteristics. And so this is just like this outline. I don't know if you want to see it.
So there's like 3 columns.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what do the columns say?
It's just logistics. What's their job? What are their
The columns?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the columns. Oh, sorry. Husband and wife. And then what's going down here is just what do they look like? What are their careers? Right. So just basic information. It doesn't tell you anything other than brown hair, blue eyes. Okay. I'm brown hair, blue eyes. The father is brown hair, brown eyes, so, okay, that fits in there too. They're tall. The father was tall too, I mean, so just really simple things. And the things that felt important at the time, and this just really goes to show, I mean, I'm saying that I'm mature, but I'm also very immature too, but the things that felt most important to me were somebody in the church. Okay. LDS Social Services. So check.
Because that's required. The LDS services would not adopt out a child to non-LDS parents.
Correct.
Is that right?
Correct.
And not just LDS, but faithful LDS.
Yes, they had been through a vetting process between bishop and, I mean, they were supposed to have gone through a huge vetting process through this of worthiness and were temple recommend holding couple.
Tithe paying.
Yes. Thank you for clarifying that. Absolutely. And so it's really just superficial. And so the things that mattered to me was church, music, and animals. Like those were the things that I cared about. Like that just goes to speak of like where I was at emotionally. And so that was what was a lot through this, is just basically that they loved music, that they loved animals. And the interesting thing, so I got that this it's 1 page and a little bit more from the mother, or from both of them, 1 page about adoptive mother and father. Oh, other way around.
Like bios,
Yep.
basically.
That's it. This is all I had to make a decision on.
So 3 pages of biographical information about the parents.
And it literally tells you nothing. Like it doesn't tell you anything other than that they loved animals and music and were married. And that, in fact, even when I was going through it, I recognized that it didn't say a lot about church. And so again, my social worker was very great with me. And I said, can I correspond with them? Because the church was very, 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 very closed adoptions. Like in 1994, when this was all going down, there was not such thing as open adoptions.
What do those 2 terms mean?
So closed adoption means I don't know them, they don't know me, and won't know anything about them. Open adoption is that you can have an ongoing relationship with the adoptive family. The birth mom can have a continuous relationship. Sometimes in adoptions, that'll get kind of cut off or slowed down around like 8 years old, or probably in the church around baptism and stuff. And it kind of tapers off just because it kind of gets confusing for that age of kids. But some birth moms will be involved in their kids' lives indefinitely, as a special friend or something. That's not uncommon too. And that was happening in the world then, but the church was extremely closed.
Right.
Extremely closed. And so when I asked to have a correspondence with them, because I wanted to know, these didn't say much about how they were going to be as parents. It didn't say much about their faith in the church. And that's the reason I'm placing with them, is because I want to know what their church life is like. I want to know what their marriage is like, because those are what I'm not providing. That's the single most important thing. And so so I wrote, my social worker went to them and they wrote me back a response to that as well. And I don't know that it's worth noting just yet, like what these actually say, because I think that's more relevant down the road. But I just
if there are things that were important in your decision that end up not being true, it's okay to say the things that influenced you as a setup for being disappointed later.
So one of the things is, that he was an accountant, and so stable job, some education. It states that has a BA in English and literature, a minor in music /chemistry. So those are all right aligned with what I am, and as a working professional mom, and there's no judgment on this, but it's a teacher job is one that's the closest you can get to a stay-at-home mom. It's a teacher, a nurse, there's several careers that in my mind at that point in time were okay.
You wanted to give your child to a stay-at-home mom.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Not a working mom.
Not a working mom.
Okay.
Yeah. And understanding that I don't have control over that, but if you're going to have a job, then a teacher's a great job to have. That's a really important job to have. And he's got a steady, great income. Those are great. That was a big part of it. The animals, because I do, we'll get there a little bit later too. I really do believe in animals being an important part of growing up. And I know my soul of animals, and it comes from my mom's soul of animals, and so I'm assuming that that's going to be a part of this. And music, the same thing too. Those were important things and very formative to me. And so those were the things that I did kind of go on, but it was more like just how they talked about each other. And it says throughout there, my husband, my wife, it talks about their struggle with infertility. And so it felt very, it just felt aligned. And the other ones that I had, the two other ones that I had were just, I don't even remember them honestly, but so how it kind of went down for making the decision is, so once I had finally decided and I had these, I was like, I just want to kind of sit on it for a little while. And she reached out to the biological father to let him know that I had made a decision to place the baby for adoption. And again, this poor boy, it just breaks my heart. I haven't seen him since then. I think he had called me once. He didn't know what to do, and then there's this institution that's driving me, and he feels like it's me. He doesn't understand. I didn't understand that, what it was. And so she called him, and he said he wasn't going to sign papers. And it devastated me. And he said, I'm going to keep the baby. And I'm like, really? That's not going to happen, And so she put a lot of pressure on him. And I remember that weekend, it was a Friday or something, we had a family fast to change his heart. And big family prayer, siblings lived out of state, but we all organized it together. I'm sure my friends were joining me in it too. And I remember during that this was the family that came to mind. And I'm like, there's my decision. Yeah. I got the inspiration. And
just because your brain started thinking about this one particular family. Yep. So that meant God wanted this to be the family you gave your child to.
And the feeling that I had was that the church had vetted these people. They were already good people. They'd vetted them. So all three of them were great choices. So that's why music and animals could be my primary things, is because we already know they're great people.
That's right. It's like all could work. All will deliver on but now it's just sort of specificity.
Yeah.
And
now we get to the gravy.
Yeah.
Right. Like now we get to the things that are the wishes, not the needs.
That's right.
The needs were already taken care of by the church. They've already gone through worthiness interviews, and if there's going to be a inspired adoption agency, it's going to be the church's adoption agency. They have to go through bishops and stake presidents, and they have to get many, many endorsements, and even the social service workers are going to be entitled to that same inspiration, and because they have the Holy Ghost too, so I have this whole team of people that I can trust, that it doesn't matter which of the three. So these guys like music and animals. Cool. Let's call it good at that, and the verbiage that they put in here just sounds like a cute, happy home of music all the time. And, just sounds like a blissful place to exist in there. So, so they popped in my mind. There's my answer. Right. And then that next Monday over the weekend, that next Monday morning, he gave me a call and said, I'll sign the papers. And I said, okay, I appreciate it. And he's like, I just realized that you'll have me in court continually if I don't sign the papers. I'm like, you're right. I will. You're absolutely right. And I did have more financial means than he did at that point in time. Not a lot, but more than he did. And much better familial support. And, I did have an upper hand of power in that situation. Absolutely. And that breaks my heart for him, because I did use that against him.
Don't forget the power of the church.
I've got the power of my family, and I've got the power of my friends, and I have the power of the church. You know, I mean, I've got an army behind me, and this poor boy is just a lone soldier trying to fight an army.
Right.
You know, and he was absolutely right. I would have fought for my kid, and he wasn't great. He would admit that he wasn't great at the time. He was, you know, I mean, he wasn't an ideal father for anybody at that point in time, but being pressured like that is so unfair. It's so unfair. So he decided to sign the paperwork. So we did it that week. And actually Troy even came with me and was the signature as a witness on his termination of rights of the adoption. So, I mean, when I say he was involved in this, he was intimately involved.
It's so unique.
Yeah.
Your story
Yeah.
together. Yeah.
Yeah.
Remind us why you didn't just marry Troy really quick. Do a quick...
because Troy is the most committed person in the world, and he could not undo his commitment to this girlfriend that was still on a mission.
The missionary. Okay. Yeah.
Had to see it through.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You said that earlier.
Yeah. And he was driving her car, which felt like the unsurmountable thing to him. I'm like, just give her back her car. It doesn't matter. Let's just get married, you know?
Yeah.
But it's just, I mean, he's just such a committed person that he just couldn't make the shift from one to the other. And, I mean, and that does play in a little bit later in the story too, because it would make sense because we both knew that we were each other's person, but the timing was just terrible. I'm pregnant.
Timing is real.
Yeah. I mean, he's got this girl that he's committed to, and I'm pregnant.
Yeah.
You know,
and timing, all things can be really similar, and timing can ruin something.
Yeah,
as
absolutely.
Well. So,
and the fact that we stayed so close through the whole thing is, I mean, that's enough. It is enough, you know, at that point, you know, and of course I was wishing all the way along, and I'm sure everybody in my life was wishing all the way along too. Because when you see us together, you know that this is the real deal, you know, when it's the two of us together, and he's not going anywhere. You know, I mean, he's there, he's supporting me, he's by my side. And the difference between when we were dating and when we weren't is just kissing. Otherwise, we were still spending the same amount of time together, still doing the same activities. It was just, you know, logistics basically when we weren't dating. And so he wasn't ready in that situation. And again, I don't know how God fits into all of this. I still don't to this day, but I do. Looking back, I don't think it would have been healthy for anybody to have been forced into that. I don't think I would have believed that he truly ever loved me if I had forced his hand in that, you know, that I wouldn't have. I already struggled with worthiness issues, that I'm not worthy of this, I'm not worthy of that. And so feeling like he had to marry, I don't think would have been good long-term for us anyway.
Right.
So
the power of a choice, having it actually be a choice.
Yeah. And who wants to feel like their husband was forced into it?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that's not a very fun feeling. I want to feel like he chooses me, and he's choosing this.
That's right.
So Bert Dad signed the papers.
So he signed the papers, and then we had the Michael McLean moment. God's arms to whatever. That long title from my arms to God's arms to my arms to yours. And I do remember having a mental shift once I had picked this family of no longer saying my baby and saying their baby, and using verbiage that I was just a vessel.
So before you actually delivered the baby, you started talking about the baby as if it was theirs,
some
not
psychological
yours.
distancing.
Yeah.
Okay.
I had to protect myself from that. I mean, I am much too deep of a feeler, and it is way too tender, and everything I wanted in life was to be a mom.
Yep.
I had to make a mental shift. I had to. It wasn't an option.
Yep.
Do you want to talk about what it's like to carry a baby and deliver a baby that you know you're going to be giving away?
Yeah. So where do I start on that? My daughter's soul and I are connected, you know, and I've carried other children, and this was a unique bond that we had. It was something that our souls were just communicating the whole pregnancy. And I'll back up too, but when she was born, it was a moment of, oh, there you are. I've been wondering what you look like. It wasn't, there she is, you know, whatever. It was just the soul connection. And so I had all kinds of conversations with her about why I'm doing this, what I'm doing, what's best for her. And, that it was a very spiritual experience, and feeling her with me, and it was extremely connected. I was cognizant enough to know her due date was after Christmas. And I talked to my OBGYN, who was a wonderful man, and asked if we could induce early, because I didn't want to be pregnant over Christmas. I didn't want that to be clouded for the rest of my life. And so he agreed to it, and she was born before Christmas. And it was a planned time. One of my oldest sister stepped in as my labor coach and was there with me. My mom and my sister were both there of it. And I wanted an epidural. I wanted to not feel anything. I wanted to just get this baby out of me.
Yeah.
And let's just do this. Let's just rip this Band-Aid off. And
kind of white knuckle.
Yeah.
Like getting into a state of survival of like,
just get through. And I was dreading hours and hours of labor. And it turns out I pop babies out really quick, thankfully. So she was born in 4 hours.
Wow. Yeah.
So not bad at all. And again, this was kind of a favor that my social worker did for me, because we were on DMBA, the church's insurance for my dad. They had incredible OB coverage, even for children. And so the adoption agency, the LDS Social Services, didn't have to pay much for my pregnancy at all. So I was not okay. So traditionally what happens is you give birth to the baby, and then they take the baby and it goes and stays with like this temporary couple, because the adoptive family doesn't come in until they're 72 hours old. That's how it typically happens.
Oh, is that across the board or just within LDS?
I'm not
So
positive
that's interesting.
on that. I think that it's across the board, but that's one I don't know. I don't have an answer for, but it was what was in front of me. And I'm like, I don't want somebody else to have my baby. Like, I want my baby for these 72 hours. Like, that's not okay with me. Can I leave with her? Can I, I'm going to go through with this, but can I leave? What can I do? Can it go to a friend and I can stay with the friend? Right. Like all these things. And
sounds like that might be to minimize the attachment that you form with the baby.
Yeah.
To maximize the chance the baby will get given to the adoptive family.
Right. Exactly. Rip the baby away so that you can't change your mind is basically how it is. So I do think that there was laws involved in the 72 hours.
Yeah.
I think those laws were to protect birth moms. It would make sense, right? To give them time to make a choice when they're not bleeding, and
that
fresh
makes all
out
the
of
sense,
birth.
actually.
It kind of is resonating, if that's the thing. So anyway, she arranged with the social services for me to be able to stay in the hospital that whole 72 hours with her, so that there was not this temporary period of time that she went there. And so I felt so lucky to be able to have that.
When you sign the papers, are you told that you're allowed to change your mind?
No, absolutely
What's the agreement?
not. So I know that, going into it, that adoptions are not final until they are 6 months old, till the baby's 6 months old. I knew that, but I had no clue how to have ever even fought it, to fight that. That was not something I would have even had any possibility of how to fathom. There was no guidance in that. I was aware that 72 hours was for me to change my mind. That's what it was. So that must have been what it is, because she did coach me on that. And that I didn't have to sign the papers until the end of that 72 hours that was there. But after that, it was done as far as my mind was going. And even going into it, I mean, again, Troy said to me one last time at one point in the hospital, I'll back up again in a second, but he was the only one that looked at me and said, "You don't have to do this." And I was like, the train's already left the station. Like, I can't back out now. I mean, there's so many other people at play. My hands are forced at this. And he's like, you still don't have to.
So legally, you are allowed to change your mind after the baby's born.
Yes, in those 72 hours.
But from the standpoint of the adoption agency and or the church, the guidance is that you shouldn't.
Yeah. The guidance. So what was the norm? And I've never heard of anybody else staying in the hospital for those 3 days in all of the stories that I've ever heard. But what typically happens is that it does go to that person that I'm sure they're aware that they could change their mind. But again, it's like that train's already left the station, right? The momentum's already there. You're going to kill somebody's heart if you change your mind. I mean, they're fully invested at this point in time. And so can you change your mind? Yeah. Girls do often. They really, really do often. But let's not forget everything that's informing my situation. Like, here it is. This is right in front of me right now. And if I crumble in this moment, I am just selfish and weak and bad still. This is my redemption story.
And you're still on church probation, right?
Right. Yeah.
I'm still disfellowshipped.
Yep, I'm still disfellowshipped.
Yeah.
And this is my Abrahamic sacrifice, right? Yes. Like, this is my test. And if I want redemption, I have to follow through with this. If I don't want to be selfish, I have to follow through with this.
It's almost like to be forgiven
yes.
for committing. Do you want to say it?
Yeah, that's literally what it is. It felt conditional.
That what?
It felt conditional for a repentance process. For me to give up my baby felt like the only way that I would be forgiven by Heavenly Father. For the sin next to murder, for having sex, for having been irresponsible, for having consensual sex with my boyfriend. Yeah. That was my only way to feel forgiven. Mm-hmm. And that's why I've called it an Abrahamic sacrifice. It's like, I literally was just waiting for that moment of God to step in and say, you passed the test,
Yes, you were willing to give up that person you most loved.
Yeah. I'd never experienced those kinds of feelings before. Mm. So she's born. My first phone call was to Troy. He was there as quickly as he could, and he was there every waking minute that he could be, outside of going to work. And he would come to work come straight there after work, bring me dinner, and was there until late at night. And we have pictures of him next to my bed now that are cherished, absolutely cherished, of this beautiful full circle that is coming.
Yeah.
And was my biggest support. My dad came to the airport, came to the hospital one time. And then the biological father did come for about a half an hour. He came with his current girlfriend and his mom. And I don't have positive feelings towards his mom. She was a huge dissenter as far as like, well, it's pretty hard to give up now too, right? Like, and again, I just feel compassion for her, that this train is moving and they have no control in the situation. They don't understand the coercion that I have. They don't understand the mindset. And I just kept saying over and over that it's what's best for her. It's what's best for her. And they, again, looking back now, my heart does break for what they experienced in the hospital for that short time too, because it wasn't healing for them. It was traumatic for them, and it was a short window, but he did hold her. And most of the time it was his mom that was holding her. And then this girlfriend that was there in there too. So I believe that was the first night. It's not really relevant, but so I had that whole second day of just being her mom. And I remember just aching to breastfeed her, but knowing that couldn't be. I couldn't even give her the colostrum that I knew was so healthy for her, because I wish that I'd known that I could have even, but there's nobody guiding me through that. It's everybody's trying to protect me. And I so appreciate that, but
protect the adoption too.
Yeah.
Am I wrong?
Yeah, because you're right. If I had I breastfeed this baby, maybe I couldn't have.
Like, connection is a threat.
Yeah.
To the adoption process. So maybe,
Yeah. And it was probably pretty risky for them to give me those 72 hours.
Yeah.
And what happened on that day was probably one of the most beautiful experiences I've ever had. My Mormon language at that time was that the veil was lifted. But it was, people kind of came and went. But she and I just had conversations the whole time of, I saw her soul, she saw me. I just asked her, please find me. Please know that I love you. Please know that I'm doing what's best for you, that I feel that's what's best for you. I've chosen this family. They're going to love you. They're going to take care of you. And it was just this beautiful thing of our hearts connecting, our souls connecting, and the way she would look in my eyes is it's not just this normal birth experience. It was just this beautiful piece of heaven, of a bubble wrapped around us. And when Troy came after work that day, we walked around the hospital and people just smiled at us because they thought we were a couple carrying our newborn babies. And I couldn't make eye contact, the shame that I felt, and just aching to have Troy just say, don't give her up. I'm here for you. We're going to get married. I was just begging for that. He wishes now that he could have done that, and again, it's not safe to go there emotionally to even think about what would have happened if, but it was there. I mean, it was so prevalent on the front of our brains because we knew we were each other's people,
And that's so jarring, I think, like what you're describing, walking around the hospital, what's being projected to you is like all this excitement and elation, this assumption of an experience when in fact it's the exact opposite for you. You're in like a place of what?
Of just despair.
Yeah.
I mean, this is just walking around. I needed to walk around because you're supposed to, right? And I'm not leaving this baby. She's not leaving my arms except to change her diaper. I mean, she is with me 100% of the time. And walking around knowing that I need to, and it is just a representation of what I don't get.
Yeah, that's
I don't get this.
You're losing that too. Just another thing that you recognize.
I'm a fraud. I mean, I'm still not worthy. And all these people don't even know how bad I am, that I can't even keep my kid, Whew. Okay. And so, during that day, it was, one of the jarring moments is the doctor came in and he was so supportive through the whole pregnancy, knew that I was placing, he was wonderful. He actually delivered my next daughter and was even more wonderful that time around too. But he came in and sat on the bed and he's like, it's time to discharge you. And I was like, I've only been here 24 hours. No. I get more hours. I get more time. And it was, I don't know, 30 seconds of panic before I could get the words out of like, they said they're going to pay. So the adoption agency said they're going to pay, and the relief on his face too. He was like, okay, I don't care if you stay. I just don't want you to get stuck with a bill, But that's a representation of just how precious that time was for me and how lucky I felt to have that time. So the day comes, and the third day comes. I don't think I slept a wink the night before. I just held her on my chest the entire time, just heartbeat to heartbeat, and feeling her soul. And she was so, so peaceful. She was just a peaceful baby that just was so sweet. And she had this birthmark on her forehead that it kind of went down into her eyes, and you can't usually see it. Maybe you can now because you can see it when I'm crying, but I have a birthmark on my forehead too. And I just felt like it was my little stamp on her, and I've got a birthmark on my neck. She had a birthmark on her neck too. And it just, I could see that she was, all babies have blue eyes, but babies in our family, their eye color doesn't change. They're blue eyes. And, I could see what her eyes were going to be. She had all this big, like black hair everywhere and just this beautiful baby girl. And I loved her birthmark so much. I just loved it because I knew it was mine. And I knew it was going to fade. I knew that it was just this quiet little stamp on her. So, that'll come relevant in a second. So the day comes, I give her a bath. My mom and my sister and I had made a quilt for her to have when she was older, to feel the love that we gave her.
That's beautiful.
So I got her dressed in this outfit and got her all ready, and social worker came in. Says it's time. And I had to sign the papers.
Wow.
And then walk my baby up where she had a car waiting. And as we're leaving the room, my baby just starts screaming. She's just screaming the whole time, and I can't comfort her in it. Now looking back, I'm just like, she felt, this is just wrong. It's wrong. Do not make me, don't give me away. Don't give me away. And I go out to the car, and it's a big black Tahoe SUV. I can picture it. And at that time, I even think that the car seats were still in the front seat sometimes. So I'm putting her in there, and she's just screaming, and I can't even help her in any way, shape, or form. And so I just lay my head on her and hear her heart one more time and kiss her. And I don't remember, somebody tapped me on the shoulder and said, it's time. And my baby's just screaming, just screaming for me. All she wanted was me right then. And I'm still waiting for God to jump in. See, you did it. You got her to the car seat. You don't have to do this. You don't have to go through with it. You passed the test. You are forgiven.
And you can keep the baby.
And you get to keep your baby.
Yeah.
But instead, what happens? The door closes, and I'm hearing my baby cry still. And she goes in, and I watch this black Tahoe drive away. And it's a circular drive, and I watch her drive away. And then she gets to the end, and she stops at the stop sign, and I'm like, come back, come back. Please bring my baby back to me. And my soul, half of my soul is driving away from me at that point. And I watch her turn right and then turn right again. And she's gone. And my baby's gone. And I have to go back to the room to get my stuff. I don't remember anything after that.
Yeah.
I don't remember anything of the hospital after that moment. I mean, I remember crumbling to the ground and somebody helping me up. And then the next thing I remember is being in the car with my mom. And that was, we had about 6 hours. Get a drink real quick.
Yeah, Myndee.
Because another thing that my social worker did for me is that she was going to arrange a meeting, and typically that never happened, to let me meet the adoptive mom. But she wasn't coming in from a flight. They lived out of state. They were Washington state residents, but they lived out of state. I now know that it was for schooling, but they were still Washington state residents. And so she was flying in, and but her flight didn't get in, and she couldn't get to wherever we were meeting at a church building. And so she didn't come in until about 6 o'clock. So we just drove around Seattle, and you guys have lived in Seattle in December, and it is gray and rainy, and the wipers are just going. And my poor mom just drove around for 6 hours with me just gut-wrenching sobbing for 6 hours. And she tried to get me food. She tried to get me anything. And I cannot imagine what that was like as a mom. I cannot even comprehend how difficult that was for her to watch me go through this, and feeling the feelings of, she knows what I'm giving up. I don't even know yet. I don't know what it's like to be a mother. I only know I love this baby more than anything I've ever experienced in life. And so for those 6 hours, I mean, through all of it, my mom was a hero. My parents were amazing in their support to me, coerced by the church, but they were there for me. And she was a hero that day for me, to just keep me down. Again, I lived in Everett. I delivered down in Woodinville. And so I wanted to stay down in that area a little bit. So what's that, about 40 minutes south and east of Everett. So we go to the church building, and where we're supposed to meet. And again, I'm looking for confirmation bias, right? Like I have to have signs. I have to have signs. So there's nobody in this building, and I see a tall brunette walk by. And I feel at the time it's inspiration of Heavenly Father saying, that's your baby's mom. I can look at that now and look at it and say, logically, that was my baby's mom, you know? But at the time it felt like this comfort of like, this is the woman. Several things that just as a little teaser that stand out to me now that I wish that I would have known. I don't know that would have changed anything. The adoptive father didn't come. And the excuse was he had to work. And that was that's very strange now looking back on it, that if you've been waiting for this baby all along, aren't you both going to be here? Do you not have the financial means for it? Like, why isn't he here? Why isn't he coming to meet his baby? So that was red flag that I wish that I'd felt. But at this point in time, I can't question anything.
Right.
I
You
can't
can't go
question
there.
anything.
Yeah.
No, there's nothing there. It's like, well, that's where move on. You know, I mean, any kind of ticking in my brain or scratching in my brain is gone. I mean, there's nothing but confirm. The next thing that happened is she, when I went in and I was like, just so you know, she has this birthmark. It's a pretty good size one on her forehead. It'll fade. You know, I have by a year old, you can't even see mine in pictures, you know, but it only pops up when I'm angry or sad or feeling big emotions. And she said, but it will go away. It's like, yeah, it will go away. And thanks for that look. Yeah, exactly. And I just kind of left it and was like, okay, well, I wanted to hear, I love your baby. I love my baby no matter what.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, and at the time I even was like, what if she didn't have a thumb? You know, I mean, would it still be, does she want this baby? And, but I couldn't go there in any way, shape or form. And so, she had brought me a couple of gifts. I think we met for about 10 minutes, not very long at all. And she wasn't warm in any way, shape or form. And I brushed it off as it was just kind of an awkward situation, you know, and I didn't feel love from her. I heard expressions of love, but I was hoping to feel an outpouring of love. And I didn't feel that from her at all. I felt more love from my social worker than I did from her. And again, there's no way for me to question any of this. I have answers for that now. But at the time it was, this is just how it is. And I mean, it could have been 30 minutes. I really genuinely have no idea. I just know that I was puffy faced and sore from having given birth and exhausted from sobbing for all these hours. And I have no idea what else was said during that at all.
Yeah.
But her image of what she looked like is in my brain. I always knew what she looked like. And that, again, for the church, that was, I don't know anybody else that got to do that at that point in time. So I knew that this social worker really treated me differently than she did a lot of other people too.
Yeah.
Okay, so before we move on, any other questions? Do you want to go into that at all?
No, I think that's clearly that required a lot of you to share that story and to relive it.
Appreciate it.
I mean, my only reflection is it's probably hard under any circumstance to give up a baby. I can imagine there are some scenarios where mom just really doesn't want the baby at all.
Yeah.
Where maybe it's physically painful, but psychologically wanted to get rid of the child.
Yeah.
But I just have to imagine that when inside you didn't want to give up the baby, it then starts to feel like it's abusive.
Yeah.
If you weren't giving it up of your own free will and choice. And there is this middle ground where a mom wants to keep the baby, but inside knows that what's best for the baby is to give it up. Okay, well, that seems like difficult, but maybe bearable.
Right.
But if it's a scenario where the mom really wants to keep the baby and probably could be as good or better of a mom for that child,
right,
but then because of undue influence is giving up the baby in effect against the mom's internal will, it's hard to imagine something more difficult and or abusive. I don't think
Yeah.
I can think of something.
I have yet to find something. I mean, it pretty is. I mean, this is your most primal needs. You know, I mean, this goes as deep as mother's love is the deepest thing that there is. You know, I mean, not to diminish father's love, but I carried her for 9 months.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we had a soul to soul connection. We shared a heartbeat. And you're right. It is abusive at that point in time. And it wasn't until, I mean, I'm going to say the last 5 years that I realized I truly did not want to give her up, because I had myself convinced that I wanted to, because it was survival mechanism on my part, that I was doing what was best for her. And I did not, even when everything changed and came to light again, I still stuck to it. No, it was what was best. No, it was best. It was best. And, you know, so much bargaining that I had made the right choice, that I could not recognize that my soul was screaming to keep my baby, that to the depth of it, that this just felt wrong. And it was, I mean, I couldn't put words to that until very recently.
Yeah, you know, are you familiar at all with parts work?
I have done extensive parts work.
It reminds me of like a part that's exiled.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a
And
part that was
I have incredible protectors in me. I mean, I've got some really, really amazing protectors inside of me.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
One of the just observational note, and you can tell me if you agree, is, you know, there are certain situations in life where there's just a conflict of interest.
Mhm.
And any ethical organization is going to recuse itself or not participate in any type of situation where there's a clear conflict of interest. And in a case like this, I can see all sorts of reasons why a religion or a church would stand to benefit from being in control of adoptions. And, you know, anything from a church wants to have as many members as possible. And so if you can make sure that any childbirth that happens always accrues to the benefit of active, faithful church membership, well, that's to the benefit of the church.
Right.
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 But then even something a little bit darker is, I am very sure that the top leaders of the church have children and grandchildren who are unable to have biological children. And I am willing to bet $1 million of my life savings that close family and friends of top church leadership are going to get priority in the adoption process over marginalized, lower education, lower income, less connected members of the church.
Right.
So that would be another incentive of the church to have a very vibrant, active, even pressure-filled adoption program. It would be just a way for those who are higher educated with more money, who are more in power, to make sure that their kids who aren't able to have biological children are able to get as many adoptive children as they want.
Right.
So for all those reasons, for me, that would be a reason why a church or religion probably should get out of the adoption business and recuse itself. And I don't, that's just my umping of trying to be an objective, but a critical observer of the story you're telling me.
And I don't disagree in any way, shape, or form. I mean, the church benefits a lot from this on multiple levels, because yes, you get more members, you get wealthier members that are fulfilling their God's mission and multiplying, replenishing the earth, right?
And they're rewarded for the tithing and the devotion they're paying for the church. They're rewarded with children by the church.
Exactly. And like you're saying, there's a lot of religion institutions that do. I mean, Catholic Church has this. I mean, I don't know all of them, but it seems as though most do have adoptions within their circle of influence at some point in time. But I felt that even at the time I felt like I trusted the system so much that it was like, but it's okay. It's okay. They need to be this way, because then that way they can make sure that everything stays in house. And so the inspiration and the spirit of discernment can be within, not be polluted by the outside world, you know? And so in some ways that gave me comfort. during the time. But as I've deconstructed all of this going through, is I have come to the same conclusion as you, that it was absolutely, they have more to benefit from it than even the adoptive parents do, I think, and that's not fair to say with many positive adoption stories, but they still do benefit from it. And I think it's worth noting about 10 years after this, that I think it was 2014 that they stopped doing adoptions. And so my daughter was 10 years old, and they just quietly stopped. There was no explanation. There was nothing. They just quietly stopped doing them.
Yeah. And I'm sure there were legal reasons and financial reasons why, because the best way to understand the church and sometimes is as a business, right? But the only other conflict of interest that really occurs to me is if we don't all agree, if society doesn't all agree that that abortion is murder, or in other words, that sometimes it's just that a fetus, a teeny tiny fetus in the first month or two, is not a human and therefore not a murder.
Right.
And therefore it might be better for society and for the mom and for the biological dad that the baby's never carried to term.
Right.
If there's a decent chunk of society that feels that way, doesn't see it as a murder, then the institution that has a heavy bias towards pressuring the mom to carry the baby towards term, again, that's a religious conflict of interest,
right?
Because you're being pressured to keep and deliver the baby when there's a very reasonable choice, which is that you just decide, you know what, it's a month, it's just a little tiny little cell, a cluster of a few cells at this point. I just won't even go through all that torture.
Right.
And it'll be just like a miscarriage or a
and
fertilization that doesn't really take.
Right. I prayed for a miscarriage. I mean, in those early months when, in subsequent pregnancies, past that first trimester and it's a celebration. I passed that first trimester and it was dread. It was dread because I knew that I had to continue through. And so I absolutely agree. And there was a piece of me that I was producing a new member of the church, and I was giving my daughter to be a new member of the church. This is only going to build up the kingdom of God of what I'm doing. And this is my part to rectify for my repentance. I was now producing a active member, a good member of the church kind of a thing as a vessel through God. Right. And that's where the Michael McLean song comes through, is because I'm just an incubator, and that's when getting to the core me, that is the most opposite of who I am as a person, to be an incubator. I embody mom. I am proud to be a mom. It's my greatest role in life. And my kids' friends call me mom. I am a mom in every way, shape, or form. And so to take that away from me, it wouldn't have happened without that influence. It just is this is, I think, another reason why I kind of reject the teenage pregnancy notion too, is because at 20 years old, how many Mormon moms are pregnant at 20 years old when they are?
A lot.
Right.
Based on this podcast, a lot. Most.
And if they're married, then they're adequate moms. Right. But I'm not married, so I'm not adequate. And I had kids, the same kids my age, that were parenting children. And I mean, even in society outside of the church, how many 20-year-olds parent their babies? So many, I was capable, and I could have gone to school. I could have done all of the things, that I needed to do to support my baby, but I didn't feel like I had that choice in any way, shape, or form. I was
presented.
It was the less than better option.
That's
it was the selfish option to do that.
Yeah.
So no, I mean,
and it didn't save you.
Right.
You were also looking to be redeemed.
Yes. Thank you.
There was no redemption in that.
Right.
If
anything,
not valued. How valuable is that?
Right.
How beautiful is that?
I've been
chasing, but within the church, no value for you for that.
And I'd been chasing this inspiration since I was an abused little girl, asking God to take this away. And all of a sudden I have answers. God's speaking to me, you know. I mean, he gave me an Ensign article. He had sent Michael McLean to my life, you know. I mean, all these things that says God's here showing up for me, you know. He gave me the inspiration to have that name pop into my head, you know, that profile. And so I'm feeling for the first time, this is working. This is working. I'm actually living the church now. This is what repentance is about.
Yeah.
You know, this is finally being seen and valued, that I'm now part of this atonement process that's going to give me redemption, like you've said.
And I'm sure to some observers, this whole story sounds fine in a religious context until what you just told us is that at some point the Mormon church decides not to do adoptions anymore.
Right. Quietly.
Which then begs the question, well, why did you have to go through it all? If then all of a sudden a couple decades later, they're like, okay, maybe we'll get out of the business.
1 decade.
Then 1 decade. Then that kind of begs the question, well, all that pressure and spiritual and religious and institutional coercion that really forced you to go through all that.
Right.
That caused you to have all that distress and trauma against your will.
Yeah.
All of a sudden the church, it's like the garments today. It's like, we changed our mind.
Right. Only
it's like, what?
This was even quieter though, because I mean, even as I was Googling to find this article, I had to dig.
Yeah.
I had to dig. And there's only one other article that was in 2002 that even addressed unwed parents or something like that like it really just kind of got quiet. I mean, it still existed in the Red Book, right? And it still was marriage is preferable, but even that is like, I mean, in there it was if you were unwilling or unable to get married, right? Like that still is, that verbiage on it isn't even cool, you know? But was I unable or was I unwilling? I don't know. I mean, I just knew that this guy wasn't for me and we were terrible together. We weren't a positive couple in any way, shape, or form. And so I was neither unwilling or unable. It just wasn't, you know? And so.
And mostly it was a factory. The Mormon Church / LDS Family Services / Michael McLean song / doctrinal pressures made it just like a baby factory towards adoption.
Yeah. And that is how it feels to me now, is that and again, I do want to go back to being very, very, very sensitive to knowing that there are so many beautiful adoption stories out there. And I know so many adoptive mothers that are just everything that I hoped my daughter had, that are just do it right. You guys interviewed an adoptee recently.
Beautiful.
I had a hard time listening to his though, because of how his parents were for him, which I guess I'm kind of jumping ahead a little bit there, but I really had a hard time listening and reconciling it. Actually, I only listened to it like 2 or 3 days ago because it was hard for me to hear, in preparation for this. So,
but some positive outcomes doesn't justify an abusive system.
Right. And even if you're getting rid of it, just come clean and be like, because it wasn't just the church that was doing adoptions, right? It was worldwide that there were things that were broken in a system. But in the 90s was still better than the 60s when they just ripped their children away from them, right? Or 70s was what his story was. And I had a nurse in the hospital that actually confided in the last day that I was at the hospital that said that was her experience too. And she didn't even know if it was a boy or a girl. And she told me how beautiful my experience was. And so I just kind of had this narrative around me of like, look how beautiful this experience has been. And, that we had God's hand in it. And it was just this faith promoting story of my daughter getting to go live happily ever after. And she didn't need to be burdened with me anymore.
That's so important. Yep.
Yeah.
You laying that groundwork for what you perceived at the time.
Yes. And I clung to that. And I would say, I mean, I know that they'll have problems and things, like I know that, whatever, but in my mind, they better be better than me. They better be better than me, because I know I'm going to be a damn good mom at some point in time. And so they better be better than me, and they better be able to provide this, provide that, provide this, and give it to her now.
Well, there better be a working dad who's active in the baby's life,
right?
and a stay-at-home mom,
right?
right?
Because
If
that's
it's
what I
not
wanted.
that, then that's a
Right.
ripoff.
Then it's subpar. I mean,
Yeah.
then I should have kept this baby.
Yeah.
Because I was going to be a good mom. I am a good mom.
Yeah.
I that is who I am. So I had no choice but to believe that she was living a great life, you know.
And I guess I should say super faithful in the church.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that was very important.
And righteous and worthy.
Yeah,
right?
worthy. And so, and part of that definitely plays into as my story continues, because
let's go.
Yeah. So one of the overarching themes that came from that is that I felt as though I needed to continue to be even more and more worthy, because if she's got this perfect life, then I have to be ready. And we had promised each other in that little lifting of the veil that she was going to find me. I never had any question of that. I didn't know when, I didn't know at what age, but I knew that we would be reconnected. And she promised me, and I believed the promise, you know. And I know that sounds so weird to say, and it sounds so Mormon-y in so many kinds of ways, but there's no denying that this existed, you know. And I don't have an explanation for it now, but it happened. And there was never a question. I always called her my daughter. There was never a time that she wasn't mine. And there was never a time that had I received a phone call that I wouldn't have snatched her back up within a second, you know, or run to her rescue. She was my daughter at all times. And she had a family who loved her and took care of her, you know. And so from my arms to their arms kind of a thing. She had two moms kind of a thing. And I had no intention of ever being overbearing in that. Like, I relinquished her to this whole experience. And then immediately I dove into Troy and I dating. The time that we got together, the very tightest, was about 3 days after she was born. We have all of these heightened emotions of us and going through this experience with me. I mean, he's right there by my side. When I got home from meeting the adoptive mom, he was at home waiting for me with dinner. He brought turkey hot dogs and whole wheat rolls, and they were disgusting, but it was the sweetest gesture in the whole world, you know, that he was there to be with me and didn't know what to do, but he stood by my side and he called me. And, you know, I mean, we really let our love come forward through all of those emotions.
Wow.
Yeah.
Sounds like
And so my grieving wasn't the way that it needed to be. You know, I mean, I just poured my soul into him and he into me. And that lasted, I say that when we really started dating, that's what it was. It lasted like 2 weeks at that time. But it was the first time of understanding that there is so much depth to this, because his girlfriend was coming home like 2 months later. And so we, you know, I mean, he really was like on crackdown of like, I do not know what to do. And so we broke up then. I started dating around a little bit. I was called to the Seattle YSA Youth Council that was run through the Institute. And so I was the secretary for that and planned all the activities around the Seattle area. I was, you know, I mean, very, very active in the community and was just ready to have fun, you know, let Troy sort this out. And I'm just going to go on and date and find and just have fun kind of a thing. And I really did. And then his girlfriend came home and he kind of dated her. I was dating other people. And then, so at this point in time, we have been in each other's life a year. Is that right? Yeah. About a year, and inseparable for a little bit. And he just had a lot of attachment issues with this girl. And I just was like, hey, see ya. So then I had another faith promoting experience this was really hard for me. I was ready to commit in a marriage. I had a lot of things making it so that I wanted us to finally start our relationship. It kept me from having to think about the hard thing that I'd done. And so I remember praying one time to either light a fire under him or to show me a direction that I needed to go. And a name of a guy in our ward popped into my head. And so I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to call them and see. And so I started dating this guy, and he was a recent return missionary, and he was ready to marry me within about 2 weeks. again, my husband and I, or Troy and I, are in each other's lives, and this is one of his favorite stories to tell. But I was getting ready to go on a date with the other guy, and he was over at my house prior to it. I'm like, I got to go get ready. And so I walk him to the door and he kisses me. And I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, well, go have fun on your date. This isn't fair. It's not fair at all for you to do this. So anyway, long story short, we decided to break it off with everybody else at that point in time and just start dating each other. Well, that lasted 2 weeks. And then we broke up again, and we just had a lot of issues to work through. So a very tumultuous courtship, but it also played into my unworthiness, because Troy at this point in time, he was 28 years old, or yeah, he was 28, 27, 28, and I'm 19, I'm 20, 21 at this point in time. And he was still a virgin. He had joined the church when he's 21 years old and had morally himself made the choice, without the church influence in any way, shape, or form, to just not go there. He wasn't opposed to sex before marriage until the church came in, and then it just kind of like confirmed it for him that it's like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. He was absolutely okay with people living together first and what have you, but it was just a choice that he made. And so this girlfriend of his, he was close with the family. And I remember one very stinging moment that, as he was trying to sort this all out, that she asked him, well, is she worthy to marry you? And just really played into the shaming that I felt of like, no, I'm not worthy of him. I'm really genuinely not worthy of him. And the fact that he couldn't let her go, now I understand his attachment issues, but that made me feel like I wasn't worthy, and it made me feel less than. And so sadly, that's the feeling that we started our marriage with. About a year later was when he proposed to me, about a year later. So in all, by the time we got married, we'd been in each other's lives inseparably for 2.5 years. So for a Mormon marriage, that was like unheard of amount of dating time, that we were, 2 years is a long time, 2.5 years. So we received our endowments together. He never served a mission because he was, and this is an important piece to his story that is on his own, but when he first got baptized, he owned a business. He owned a health club, and the church told him to sell his health club so that he could go on a mission. And he's like, it's the way I provide for myself, and a mission never just appealed to him. And so he kind of just had this hanging over himself. I mean, as a man, that's your mission is what you bro talk on, kind of a thing. And so for that reason, he almost always felt like an outsider. But then you could say, well, he didn't join the church till he was 21. And it's like, okay. So you got to pass on the mission kind of thing. But it did play into this, that he wasn't as worthy of a priesthood holder as a RM, and I wanted to marry a return missionary. Sorry, we'll do it for the Never Mormons. I wanted to marry a return missionary, but because I felt so unworthy, then that didn't need to be a requirement, number one. But number two, but he didn't join the church till he was 21. So if he had, like it just kind of gave it a pass type of a thing. So, but it kind of played into this, him being not as honorable of a priesthood holder, which is awful. I hate that, but it's the reality of it. So we received our endowments on the same day. And when we left, he was so quiet. And I was overwhelmed with like, what just happened? And he, I'd ask him his experience. And he's like, that was weird. That was really, really weird. I'm like, yeah, it was really weird. And then, but I had my family to talk to about it. His family had warned him that he was joining a cult, when he was getting baptized, and had given him all kinds of, anti-Mormon literature type of thing. And he, it just was like ringing a bell in his mind of like, that was weird. And he'd been to like some big Pentecostal churches where they're speaking in tongues, hated it. And he's like, it felt similar to that to me. And I was like, oh my gosh, can you just not get on board? I mean, like, I need you to be this priesthood holder that I deserve to be married to, while at the same time going, but am I worthy of that kind of a priesthood holder? So anyways, there's, that along with it too, but there's, so we ended up getting married in the Salt Lake Temple. One of my grandfathers was a sealer in the temple, and he actually passed away the next year, but we got special permission from the prophet at the time for him to go ahead and do our sealing. It was a really special moment for my parents because it was the only time all of my siblings were in the temple together. One of my brothers left the church very shortly after that, when he left it. So my wedding goes down in our family as a special day. And, you know, it was a beautiful experience. And, you know, here we are now. All of a sudden, all of this don't do, but go ahead and have sex now. I have permission to have sex. I was disciplined. I had all of these worthiness issues, but we come home from the temple and everybody tells us to go into the bedroom and change together. And we're like, this is weird. And not to mention, you know, I mean, he's a 28-year-old man, and my parents, we would try to go on trips together and we had to have a chaperone with us. And he's like, what do you mean a chaperone? I don't have to have a chaperone. I'm 28 years old, you know? And so stay away from the sex. Okay, now go change in front of each other. And we looked at each other and like turned our backs. We're like, we're not ready for this right now. Just this real like timid school age kind of thing, you know? I mean, just of no prep whatsoever for anything. So that was just kind of an interesting experience of that too, going into it. So it took a big mental shift. And then again, these worthiness issues of me being worthy of him just always crept up, you know.
It's kind of like you're carrying a scarlet letter.
That is literally what I've called it. Yeah. That there's no escaping the scarlet letter. And in the meantime, there's just this invisible pain. My family didn't want to talk about it anymore, right? Like, this is just put behind you. I'm no longer disfellowshipped. I can hold callings. Let's just move on, you know. And it's not minimizing the difficulty of them. My sister was there experiencing it with me too. You know, I mean, it was difficult on her. My dad was raised British, and so big emotions are very difficult for him, you know, and we're a strong Mormon family. And so we just don't talk about it after that. And every once in a while I'd pop it in here or there, and I'd just feel the tension in the room, and it just wasn't very safe for me to talk about it, you know?
Yeah.
So
to follow the adoption narrative, and to make sure we hit on those major points, just a couple high level questions.
Yeah, please.
How many biological children did y'all end up having together?
So we had two.
Okay.
We had two more daughters, and
you raised them both as faithful LDS?
Yeah. So after we got married, so we waited 3 years, and I had our first daughter together that I raised, and having her sent me into a terrible depression. Terrible, because it was the first time that I realized how much I'd missed out on.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I mean,
so it's like trauma.
Oh,
it's like,
my gosh.
Doesn't
that make, yes.
Because you were what? Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. I mean, I was breastfeeding her and realizing that I didn't get to do that with my first daughter. The smiles, everything, every single little tiny thing I missed. And I did not, and tell your mom, you don't know. And I'd been an aunt since I was 12 years old. I loved kids. I thought that I knew what it was, and nothing prepares you for being a mom. And it was really, really difficult to go through that and to realize, holy cow, this is heavy, you know. Yeah. But I got to be a mom now, so I would just move on, put it behind. And one of the smartest things that I did was that I reserved her birthday as a day for me to fill. And so
my first daughter's
birthday, I had an adoption box. I just put everything in there. And then on that day, I didn't go to work. I didn't do anything. He would take the kids. And I just got to spend the day feeling the feels. Wow. And I don't know how I thought of that, but it was one of the smartest things I ever did.
You did that every year, basically?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I remember one year I tried to work and then I went home. I just needed that day once a year to feel the feels. Yeah. But that also meant that other 364 days, I just pushed it aside. I just pushed it out and just did my best to be good. So we moved to Eastern Washington for Troy to go to school when our oldest was just a baby, and he busted his ass for 7 years and finished his bachelor's, master's, and PhDs in 7 years. Yeah. And so I was more or less single parenting and him popping in the very best that he could. And he did animal research is what he was doing. And so he was gone for summers. He, year round caring for animals. His bachelor's degree or his master's degree was in grizzly bears. So he did have some time off of that. But
you can get a bachelor's degree in grizzly
bears?
In
zoology. His master's degree is in zoology, but he worked with grizzly bears. I say that master's in grizzlies and PhD in mule deer.
She's being silly.
I know, but it's what we say.
No, I was like, that's really cool.
It
At
is.
the root, I was saying that's an amazing thing. You have an emphasis and really a focus on grizzly bears in particular.
Yeah, and so he actually went up to Alaska and studied grizzly bears for 2 summers too. And one of the summers I was pregnant with our second. The second summer I had 2 little babies, that I was raising. And so we just were working hard during that time.
Yeah.
I mean, he's busy. We're cranking it out. He's a little bit older in life. He wants to get school done so we can get on to the next part of our life. And so that time of year, there was no room for church. That time of our life, there was really not a whole lot of room for church because he needs Sundays to be able to stay on top of everything that he had in front of him. That's to be a dad, and he was working at all of the different animal places, plus TA sometimes, right? I mean, you've gone to school long enough to know that this is not just a small feat. And so I worked for the first little part-time. And then by the time our second baby was born, I ended up being like an apartment coordinator for the university housing. So I got some money, some stipend or whatever, but was able to stay home, and be that stay-at-home mom and start living that dream out. And feeling like I was finally getting blessed for my sacrifice. But it's confusing because we're not really going to church very much. We haven't paid tithing forever, and we don't have a recommend because Troy was freaked out by it, and we're going through these motions of like still wearing our garments all the time, but not really going to church. And he took an evolution class about a year before his last year. And he came to me and we want to give me the best wife award sarcastically for this moment. And I'm so proud of. He came to me and he's like, I don't know if I believe this. And I literally looked at him and I was like, nope.
Oh, and just to give our Never Mormons the context, the Mormon Church has been on record for over a half century that evolution is a heresy. The teaching of organic evolution is one of the 7 deadly heresies of Mormonism. And so I was taught very aggressively that evolution is of the devil. And so he comes to you saying, I think I might believe in this evolution thing because I'm a PhD level animal scientist biologist.
Yeah.
And you said what?
Nope. I looked right at him. I was like, nope, this is bait and switch. Those are my exact words to him. I'm like, I am not doing this. Nope. You figure this out. We're Mormon and you figure this out. Yeah, I'm so proud of that now. But it was desperate for me, right? Like I gave up everything for this church and I'm not going to do this single momming. Like, no, I had an opportunity to be a single mom. You're not going to take that away from me. And part of that single mom is that I've got a devout husband by my side too.
I have to say, one of the darkest things I've realized sitting in this chair is that this is one of the main ways the Mormon church and churches like it benefit from the shame.
Yes.
Because once they can get you to think you did something close to murder in terms of awfulness, and it's only the church that made you whole, then you're going to want to give the rest of your life devoted to the church, doing everything it tells you. And then it gets almost a slave to then build it up, give it money, give it time, give it all your efforts, give it your devotion, because it gave you a fake sickness and then told you that it healed you from the fake sickness.
Right. It's literally a narcissistic system.
So dark.
To provide something, to make a need and be the only way to provide the solution for it. Right. And then add to that the depth of my child. Right. The depth of what this truly, truly means for us. And so, I mean, it was an awful moment for me, but it was also survival for me too. That it was like, no, I'm not being the mom that sits in those pews by myself. No, you
Right.
figured this out. And then, I mean, we had a conversation and I gave that beautiful apologetic answer of like, well, we don't really know what God's time is. Maybe it, a day isn't a day, it's 10,000 years. And maybe maybe the beginning of life, Adam and Eve was actually when they went from one
Apes
caveman
to the spirit,
right,
having a
like
human spirit.
Found all of those ways to justify it, and he just went, well, she's not safe to talk to. That's basically what happened in that experience,
which kind of creates a liar out of him potentially, just like the church created a liar out of you with your bishop. I don't want to speak for him, but potentially it makes a liar out of him, where whenever he has a doubt or concern or learns facts, he's got to hide it.
And he was skeptical from the beginning. Like one of the jokes that he always says is, these poor little missionaries that were converting him. And he's like, hey, I've read the Book of Mormon, but I just got a question. Where's the elephants? Like there's no archaeological evidence of elephants in the Americas. So I would like an answer for these.
Why does the Book of Mormon have elephants when we know elephants didn't live in Mesoamerica?
Exactly.
During Book of Mormon times?
I mean, he's a scientist. He loves all of those facts and he loves animals. And so give me proof. And so shelf-eyed him immediately for him, and I knew that he didn't really like Joseph Smith, but I just thought that was one of the ways, again, he was a lesser priesthood holder.
I mean, he is a convert.
Right.
So,
and he didn't serve a mission. Right. Yeah. You're getting the feel of it. Right.
So you're going to have a bit of you get what you pay for.
Right. Yeah.
And you guys can both bond on that.
And in a family, I mean, my family is extremely devout on all sides. I've got siblings that are living the Mormon dream, and here we are inactive, and he's got questions about evolution. I'm like, no, this is not okay. This isn't okay. And so anyway, fast forward, he finishes school at record time and ended up getting a job, and we moved to Florida. He was the first animal nutritionist at Busch Gardens down there. And so we moved to Florida, the Tampa area. And that's where he actually began his career, was as an animal nutritionist there. And all of a sudden we were in a ward that needed us. Like the third Sunday we lived there, we're dressed, we have the kids in the car, and we're on our way driving to church. And I just looked over and I'm like, so we're doing this, huh? And he's like, I guess we're doing this. He was called into the Elders Quorum presidency almost immediately. A new ward was established. I mean, within a couple, I want to say the first month, even while we were there. And he was called into the Elders Quorum presidency. I was called into the Relief Society presidency. And we just went all in at that point in time. We needed a recommend. So our tithing went back up to it. We were finally getting more than $17,000 a year in student loans. I mean, we finally were able to be on our feet, living the grown-up life. And we felt needed, and we made these friends and had this beautiful family. He served in the bishopric twice. I served as primary president, young women's president, Relief Society presidency. He was a high counselor. So we lived there for 7 years, and we worked in every single auxiliary in all the leadership positions.
So you ended up behaving in the exact ways the church would have wanted you to behave.
My two
daughters, for the benefit of the church.
My two daughters got baptized. Our oldest Ray's daughter, we remember the other day that she was the first baptized in this new ward building that we got, and we had this badge of honor, and made some incredibly beautiful friends in this ward. I mean, this is family. So it's just this beautiful life. I mean, I was room mom. I was running half marathons. I was healthier than I've ever been. The kids are happy. The sun's shining. I mean, it really is just like living the dream at that point in time, and I'm getting all these exposures of all these different people in the world. My worldview is adapting and changing. I lived there during the Obama and Romney election. And so this pride of being Mormon was just, people would ask, are you Mormon? And yeah, I am, I mean, I was so proud to be a Romney supporter there, but still had friends that were Obama supporters and have great conversations, and my worldview just really, really expanded by living there.
Do you feel like, go ahead.
Can I ask you a couple quick questions about this time? So the first being, so now with regard to your daughter that you've given up for, is she integrated? Is she talked about? Is she, okay, so she is now integrated. Like, did it ever come up did you serve in Young Women's? Like, did you ever integrate anything and try to have it be faith promoting? Or, okay. So
sometimes
there was some integrate, because the last kind of thing you said was it was in a box and then once a year, that grieving. It sounds like during this part, over time, did you feel like she was part of your life? You integrated more fully?
So I felt more like I was distancing myself from her and just pouring myself into my other little girls.
Okay, so that's
but they were always aware of her. There was never a time that they remember just hearing about her, right? So when they were younger, I would pull the box out and I'd show them the pictures. Mommy had a baby before, gave her to another family. So it just really became like they just don't remember not knowing. And my cute youngest had this little phase of life that she thought it was so cool that she had a long lost sister. And so she would like tell everybody that she knew that she had a long lost sister.
Okay, thank you for that. Just wanted to kind of clarify.
Yeah. And I did I loved teaching in church. That was my very favorite calling. And so sometimes I would integrate it in. When I was Young Women's president, I don't remember which direction I chose to go with it, but I do remember trying to decide if I was going to talk to these girls about it. Because I only had 8 girls when I was in Young Women's. And so it was a very, very close relationship. And I really felt like this is where some of my nuance started coming, was when I was Young Women's president and I got to see their needs and kind of cater the lessons more to them. And the most radical thing I did in all of this, and this was, towards the end of our time there, is they did girls camp on spring break, and none of my girls wanted to go. My 4 oldest ones were seniors, and then I had my daughter, and one girl wanted to go, one of the 8, and one of them didn't have a conflict, but she knew that she wasn't going to go, and my daughter didn't go. We did all kinds of fun things on spring break, right? And so I'm like, I don't want to do this girls camp. And so I went to the bishop and said, none of my girls want to do girls camp. Are you cool if I don't do it? And he's like, yeah, I don't care. He was very, very good friends with us. And he's like, yeah, if they don't want to go, I don't see the point of doing all of that. Well, I got fully rebuked by the stake Young Women's president, like pulled me into the primary room and was like, how dare you take this opportunity away from the girls? And I'm like, well, number one, it's one girl we're talking about, and my daughter, and I would have to find a babysitter for my other daughter to be able to go to this because she's not there. And so she spends her spring break where? And my family is my highest priority. And she was mad at me that I put my family and the needs of those girls above what the church was doing. And it was a pretty proud moment for me, but I was scared to death. I came out, my hands were shaking. I'm like, why is this woman having that effect on me? Because you respect authority, because in the church, you respect authority. So another thing that happened while we were there is one of my very dearest friends in the church, she was my kids' primary president. She left the church violently, like almost aggressively, that she was posting, like she went conspiracy theory down to Illuminati. And, she went deep and dark. But I was very, very close friends with her. And I kept saying, you need to, if you want to have maintain any of these relationships, please stop, whatever. And one by one, everybody stopped unfriending her on Facebook. And this is like 2012 at this point in time. And so Facebook isn't that popular, but still around. And
she was unfriended
on Facebook by everybody except
all the Mormons.
Yeah. Except me and a couple, but eventually it became I was the only one that didn't unfriend her. And so she and I had this moment, like I finally was like, you know what, let's just sit down. I want you to tell me all the things, right? And she showed up with like a stack of papers like this thick and just started going, and was like this. I love her because she just doesn't ever stop talking, and she's fun to listen to. But it's probably 3 hours into our 5-hour conversation that I finally started talking to her. And she told me about the CES letter. She told me about Mormon Stories. She sent me to Fair Mormon, all the resources that were available in 2012 back then.
This would have been, I think, CES letter came out in 2013. So around 2013, 2014.
Okay. So maybe it wasn't.
Not to nitpick.
Yeah. I remember something.
Mormon Stories was around in 2012.
Yeah. I didn't listen then, but it was there. I read some document that felt similar to.
Okay, maybe it was the
outline?
precursor to the CS letter that was up on Reddit before it was released.
Yeah, it might have been something
possible.
like that, because I remember going through and giving all the apologetic answers that I just skimmed through, and I was like, this is bull, whatever. And then Mormon Stories was, well, that was bad. That was bad stuff.
I was still a member.
I know.
In good standing.
That's why she told me about it too, is because she was like, no, this guy's faith promoting. Like, go listen, go read Fair Mormon, go, whatever. And I was like, I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole, And so that was kind of, and the things, because she had gone so extreme, the things that she was bringing up felt extreme too, that it's like, if you're willing to talk about Illuminati, well, then what you're having to tell me about Joseph Smith is just as crazy, and nothing that she told me felt surprising to me at that point in time. And it just felt like, whatever. Poor Heather, let's pray for her, kind of a thing. And she went to the ultra conservative, and I did talk to her before coming today, and she's like, please tell our story. It's so funny, going into it. And so anyway, fast forward, 2014, we moved back to Utah. I was, I just felt like our girls needed a better schooling than what there was in Florida. The schools there were kind of scary and rough for them. And so I loved my upbringing here. I wanted them to have relationships with their cousins and aunts and uncles and, whatever. And so we ended up moving back here, 2014. And the same friend and I would get into arguments on Facebook on like Deseret News articles or KSL articles or whatever. I'd see her comment, and then we would just go back and forth. And I'm pretty sure one of them was your excommunication, actually, which is kind of funny now to go back. We were thinking through, and I'm like, I am pretty sure that was part of one of our dialects. It would be fun to go back and actually see it. And I mean, they would go on and on and on, and we would just write whatever. But still, like, I loved her dearly. She loved me dearly. And she planted seeds more and more and more, because I did respect her, but it still was just like, oh, Heather's just being crazy, kind of a thing. So that was kind of a foundation for, what was to come too. Just a funny little anecdote of it. But so 2016 happens, and it's July. Oh, look, I'm not even using my notes very much. Okay. So July 19th, 2016, my girls have always known about their sister that's out there. Most of my nieces and nephews don't know. My siblings decided they didn't want me telling their kids about it. They didn't want to tarnish their view of me. And little by little, one or two found out about her, but it was about preserving my image. I was the favorite aunt, and they didn't want to harm me. And again, it just leads to the shame of it, and that it's a hidden secret. Shh, don't tell anybody, kind of a thing. So
do you feel like you had left the Scarlet Letter behind?
No.
At that point?
No.
Okay.
No,
never
Scarlet, no, never left. It's kind of like,
you were Relief Society president, Young Women's,
right.
Like you were all the callings.
Yeah.
You were hyper performing,
Uh-huh.
but you didn't feel like you left it behind.
No, it was always there with me, because it's a secret you can't talk about.
Yeah, okay.
It's always there.
That's right.
I'm not going to forget my daughter. And so
Yeah.
my daughter is a Scarlet Letter, and
it's that dirty little secret.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, prior to, sorry, this is an important piece too. So on her 18th birthday, we still live in Florida, which is not relevant necessarily, but on her 18th birthday, I knew that we both knew that that's when we could find each other if we wanted to. That's what it was told. And so I was told to call the Seattle LDS Social Services. And so I called there, and it was actually my social worker that I had, and she remembered me. And she was like, oh my gosh, I forgot your dad was an institute teacher. I remember your story so well. And she, we don't have an answer for this, but she did say to me, she said, I'm pretty sure that the adoptive mom called and was wondering about reunion for you. And I wouldn't be surprised if you hear from her soon. And I was like, oh my gosh, that's amazing. That would be amazing. And then all of a sudden it's reality for my little girls. And I go home, or I guess I am home, that I have a conversation with them. I'm now open to be found. I've gone to, they told me to go to like adoption.org and put my information in there that says, hi, I'm here, I'm ready, right? And I'm under the assumption that this is just a universal platform for how they advise people to go to, because it's any adoption can go to adoption.org. So I just filled out a profile. I put her date of birth, her location, and what my name was. I knew that she knew that my name was Melinda. I didn't do Myndee at all with that, just my given name. And so I just left it at that and was like, okay, well, she'll find me when she wants to find me. Unbeknownst to me, that phone call, maybe I'll tell that in a little bit. I'll come back to that one. So that was my path of getting there, of being found. January 19th, 2016, I wake up from my phone and it says that you have a message request from a Kennedy. And I knew that my social worker had told me that her name was Kennedy. And I open up the message, I'm looking at her cute picture, and it says, did you by chance give a child up for adoption with her birth date? And I'm like, in Seattle, and just my stomach drops. And I'm like, is this actually her? Well, I was carpool for taking my kids to Lagoon, and my little 13-year-old yells up and is like, Mom, are you ready? And I'm like, I need a minute, please. Like, hold on a second. So I do a deep dive into her, and I see my daughter for the first time. And she's standing at the picture that she's there. She's holding this newborn baby and a little toddler by her side. And I'm looking at her and I'm like, is that her? Is that actually her? Because without meaning to, you create an image of what she is, right? And she did for me too. You don't mean to, but it happens. And so I'm like, I don't know what to do. I need to get her out to get these kids to the Lagoon. And Troy travels a lot, and I swear to you, all the big things happen when he's out of town. It just
like
happens.
clockwork.
Yeah. And this one, he's at this conference, and I don't ever call him during conferences. I'll just send him a text and say, if there's something, give me a call when you get a sec. Well, I called him and I left a message. And so he knows that this is a big deal. And so I get the kids loaded up and on my way to Lagoon, and he calls me and I'm like, I can't talk really, but, 1994. And he was like, what? And I'm like, yeah, I got a message. Oh my gosh. And I'm like, I'll call you in 10 minutes after, I drop you off, kind of a thing. And he, called back and he's like, what are you going to do? And I'm like, well, I'm messaging her back. I don't know what to do. And he's like, I'm getting on a plane right now. I'm leaving the conference. I will get home tomorrow. So I message her back. She lives 90 minutes from me. Now remember, I lived in Washington. When I placed her, they lived in Virginia. I've since moved to Florida, and we live 90 minutes away from each other right now. And it's so fun to go back and look at our messages, because it's like, hi, did you place a baby? And I'm like, yes, I did, on this date of birth. Is that you? She's like, yes, it is. Oh my gosh. And then the exclamation points just keep getting more and more. And it's like, oh my gosh, by the end. And so, we're chatting about it. And
she lived 90 minutes from Salt Lake.
From Salt Lake Farmington area. Yeah. And so she's like, oh, we were going to make a trek to Cabela's, I think she said, this weekend. And I'm like, okay, I don't know if I can wait till this weekend. So, and then she's like, how about tonight? And I'm like, on my way. And so I called Troy and told him my girls were out playing with friends. And so I called them home and I was like, she found me, you guys. Your sister found me. She's got 2 babies. I don't know what's happening, but I'm going to go up there. And they were like, oh my gosh, they were so excited about it. And my sister, I had called her, one of my sisters that lived here at the time, and she's like, I'm taking you. I'm like, I don't know, I can drive it. Thank goodness she had the foresight, because that was smart of her. After I called Troy, and I knew he wasn't getting home until the next day at best, right? He still had to book flights and whatever. I'm like, I need a blessing before I go up to this. So I called my brother that lived locally and went over to his house, and he gave me the most beautiful blessing that I've ever received. And that still to this day is a little bit hard for me to reconcile, because it was the power of the priesthood at that moment. And that's one of those moments that I'm like, I don't have an answer for that. And it just felt the narrative worked around that one, right? But one of the things that he said was that she needs me in her life right now, and that this is going to be challenging, and cling to the church is basically what it was. And I was like, all right, roll up your sleeves, here we go, kind of a thing. And so I'm telling you, that was the longest 90 minutes of my entire life. The whole time, the flood of emotions is she going to like me? Is she mad at me? Am I going to recognize her? Am I going to, what is this going to look like? I'm panicked. I'm like, what if, and My sister-in-law ended up coming to my brother's wife. And so they're just talking about whatever. And I'm just wanting them to just shut up. This is so big. You don't even know. And so we pulled up to, her cute little house, and like this moment of like, my daughter's right in there. This is my daughter. What if it's not her? What if this is a bad joke, right? What if this is, your brain's just going crazy. And finally just jumped out of the car, and the depth of the emotion of sending her away is only equal to the moment she opened that door. Mm-hmm. And the overwhelming of like our souls recognized each other again. This was a soul connection again. And it was crazy. The way our voices sound the same, the inflections are the same. We talk with our hands as I'm sitting here doing this whole time. We talk with our hands the same. She had never seen anybody in her life that mirrored her energy and enthusiasm and, facial expressions, and just this immediate of like, there was just instant connection. There was none of those feelings. And I just said, if you have questions, I've got answers. She's like, I don't have any questions. I don't have any. And I'm like, okay, you understand. This was whatever. And then the first question out of my mouth was, how do your parents feel about it? And she goes, so the dad left when I was 9 months old. What? Left when you were 9 months old? This was a temple-worthy couple. What do you mean? Left when you were 9 months old. Okay. Moving on. Okay. There's explanations for this, I'm like, okay, that's a lot. And I said, well, what about your mom? And she's like, it's complicated. This isn't what I want to hear. This is not what I want to hear. I want to hear that she's supportive, or that she's having a hard time, or, let's just smooth this over. Like I'm here.
How about that she had an amazing, perfect Mormon mom?
That would have been great too. That would have been really amazing.
Like dad left, can't control everything, but
right.
Mom was really amazing. Childhood was amazing.
Right. But the thing to come back to remember is adoptions are final at 6 months. He was gone by 9 months. 10 months at the latest. So make your inferences from that. There's nothing to.
So that maybe, just in theorizing, he stayed around so that the adoption could happen. So possibly, and you're not saying this, I'm speculating, one possibility is that the adoption system could have been manipulated.
Yes.
So that this woman could have a child.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
And that's speculation.
It's speculation. Yeah. I do have from a credible source, and again, it's speculation, whatever, but a credible source has told us since then that divorce papers were drawn up when they received my daughter. And so the divorce was in the works. All of us know that divorces don't happen in 9 months, that they're brewing. They're brewing, and at a minimum, a bishop should have known.
Well, Utah has laws about wait times.
Mm-hmm. I don't believe they lived in Utah at that time because it was so shortly after the adoption. So likely.
So did your brain immediately go back to your memory also, and remembering he didn't come?
Yeah, that one took me a minute.
Really?
That one took me a minute.
That's a good point.
What followed? Yeah. It did, but it took me a minute because it basically was just this fire hose of information to process to make a 180.
Got it. It kind of like you were in one reality and it created another one in that.
Yeah, and I literally needed to 180 everything, and it took. Even still, it's fire hose information. Like I'm trying to understand 21 years of not being anything that I was told that it was, like the opposite of what I told it was told it was.
And even if these adoptive parents operated 100% in good faith with full honesty, you still want to know that your sacrifice went towards your daughter getting the best possible upbringing.
Right.
Even if that's not totally fair, it's still what you would have hoped for and wanted.
Mm-hmm. The next day I found out that from the age of 14 to 17, she was part of the abusive troubled teen industry. She was in not one, but 2 separate facilities from 14 to 17 years old with extreme abuse happening to her during that time.
So these are those Utah troubled teen wilderness survival things.
Wasn't wilderness. Both of hers were like just just
worse,
facilities,
where they're almost imprisoned and kidnapped and imprisoned.
She was in solitary confinement for having runaway plans.
Oh,
So just for chronological
chrono-
purposes, with just a couple of her stories that she shared with me. And these are,
Did she share these things that initial meeting, or
She
Or
was-
soon
this?
thereafter,
she did her best to just gently
ease you in.
ease me in. But, I'm asking, tell me about your high school years. Well, actually, I didn't live at home. Oh, actually, I left home when I was 17. Her oldest daughter, she was pregnant at 18. So we can go back to her trying to find me, and she was pregnant. And so she was trying to find me. She went to LDS Social Services, and they had told her to go to some other random website that she went on and waited for me. So
That you would have never probably known.
I still can't
to
remember
go
the
to.
name. She can't remember the name of it at this point in time. And you would think that the church would have something consistently of how to create reunions, right? Nope. 2 random places that we both just sat and twiddled our thumbs. And thank goodness she is an incredible investigator, because she ended up messaging all over Facebook anybody with the name Melinda that could be roughly around my 15-year age range, and just messaged them. Just like she did me. Did you give a baby for adoption? I mean, she can't even remember how many people she messaged to try and find me. I know, she's amazing. She is an incredible soul. She found one woman that said, it's not me, but I have access to some records. And so she kind of helped facilitate that, and then was able to open up her sealed records, find my last name, and was shocked to find that I lived 90 minutes from her too. It was just this, oh my gosh, this is real kind of a thing. And when I walked through that front door, or maybe even back to when I found that message, both of us went trauma state. Our brains are not working from a very logical standpoint at this point in time. Then add to it this fire hose of information that I am doing my best to gather information. And I'm like, it's just, some of it is just too sick to remember, and she'll tell me something again now. And I'm like, what? We just had one last night that as I was talking through these stories, and like, I want to make sure I'm telling only your facts, right? Because I don't want to be disparaging to anybody involved. There's always 2 sides of a story, and there's always usually something in the middle of this. And so I'm just going to retell you some of her stories from her experiences. So the first, she had lots of caregivers, obviously, because there was no husband at home. And so I could have been a mom in that situation. I could have had caregivers, right? At 6 or 7 years old, she learned what sex was, and she started telling all of her friends that she'd had sex with a 16-year-old. And as her teachers at school were justifiably concerned about this, because that is sexual assault, when they called the mother, or the adoptive mother, she came to the school. And as they left the school, she said, let's see, here's the quote: "You can't be telling people that, because what will they think of me as a mom?" And then it was buried. So her 7-year-old daughter is telling her she was sexually assaulted. And she told her, you can't say that. That's not cool. That makes me look bad. The next year, and when we go through all of this is part of the lies that were in these letters that I had received ahead of time, in the profiles that I had received, that this woman was a school teacher. She was not a school teacher. She had gone on to a very high demanding job of stature and money and power, and gone from home all the time. And so she had this plethora of caregivers. I don't know why it says over and over that she's a teacher in there. She probably could have been a teacher. I don't know, but there's no mention of changing career paths that is in this. None. If
this couple was in Virginia, did you say at the time of the adoption?
Mm-hmm.
Can we find out would it make sense to find out if they were in grad school at the time?
They were.
So the mom might have been in grad school at the time.
I would speculate that mom was in the career path that she went to, and it's pretty confirmed that that's the case, and it was not mentioned in this, and it would have made a difference.
Yeah,
I would not have adopted out to what that career path was.
Okay,
because I was searching for mostly stay-at-home mom.
So if the mom was in law school or med school or PhD school,
right,
and you had known that,
yes,
you would not have approved it.
Not a chance.
Yeah.
Not a
Okay.
chance in the world.
Okay.
I was told that she was going to always know that she was adopted, that the quilt that I was giving her was going to be for her. I had sent her letters. Nothing.
So
Nothing.
what did come of that?
When she was in second grade, she doesn't remember how, but she did find out that she was adopted. And she didn't think bad or good about it, just that it was. And she was kind of excited, again, kind of like my youngest, like, ooh, I have a secret half sister. And so she's, like, ooh, I'm adopted. This is kind of a cool thing. So she told her whole class in the cutest way that she was adopted, which is like the cutest little story, right? The next day, she had the woman by her side holding her hand while she had to tell the whole class that it was a lie, that she wasn't adopted.
So the adopted mom forced the adopted child to tell her kindergarten class that she lied, that she wasn't adopted when she was.
Yeah. Yeah. Second grade, I think, is when it was. But at any rate, same
What
thing.
about the quilt?
She saw it one time in a chest and asked her about it, and it disappeared after that. We actually just were talking last night about any of the other gifts that I gave her. I gave her some little figurines that she had, and she was like, oh my gosh, I did have those. And she said, I had no idea they were from you. And it would have made the world of difference to know that you had given me those. Never received a single letter let me rephrase that. She is quite certain she never received a letter because she has a memory of having one later in life. But she can't say 100% sure that she didn't receive letters. And so, but she doesn't feel like she received letters. And if she did, they were not significant to her. Knowing her and knowing how she felt, it would have been significant if she had received them for how she was. Later, when she started going through a lot of the other things, one of her friends reminded her that, I might cry on this one, that she loved her belly button because it was her last connection to me and that it was the source of food. And so that was always a very special thing for me. So she felt that way about her belly button. Had she had a letter or any of these things, she would have cherished them. And that was hard for her to actually even hear that those little figures were from me. And she wasn't told that at all. So the fact that she would be a proud adoptee was a lie. That didn't exist in there either. So let's see. She just kind of lived in a life of uncertainty, of hot and cold, unpredictability, eggshells, not sure, kind of chasing the good mom and never knowing if the bad mom was going to show up, kind of a thing. One of those kinds of situations. When she got to 14 years old, she ran away. She had run away 2 separate times. But this time she ran away for 2 weeks, and she made her way during that 2 weeks from where she lived 90 minutes away to actually Centerville. And we didn't live in Utah at the time, but I had lots of family actually in the Centerville area. And we both kind of loved to speculate that Centerville always did feel safe to her. She had an aunt that lived there, but that maybe our love was, felt like it was present there too. It's a fun thought to think about. But she was caught for whatever circumstances from having been gone for 2 weeks. And as a parent, I'm thinking of that moment of like, oh my gosh, my daughter's been found, right? And I can only imagine I would have been in the car trying to get there. She was sent to Farmington Detention Center at that point in time, and the mother didn't show up. And then she was transferred to her local police station. The mother didn't show up. Nothing. And she realized just recently that was probably the last day she received a hug for at least a year. Any physical contact was that day. They told her at the police station that they were going to send her to one of these residential treatment facilities. And I don't remember who the guy was that told her, but basically like, get ready. These things don't work. This is going to be hard for you. And knowing the one that she was going to as well. And she said the 2 Samoan guys came in to kidnap her, as they did for these little trouble teen things. She came out in between them, and that's the first time that she saw the mother right then. And she it was the first time my daughter ever told her off, ever.
Mm.
And when she talks about her childhood up until that point, it took me a long time to actually believe her that she was literally doing nothing abnormal. Like she had run away in these couple of stints, but there was no drugs. There was no, there was nothing that was like beyond just normal teenage stuff, And so she was sent to this first facility. She was there for about a month. And the heartbreaking thing about that is she was about less than a mile from my sister. And my sister would park in the parking lot of the facility she was at to go walk on a trail like 3 or 4 times a week.
That's wild.
She was that close to the family. So she's gone for 2 weeks. She's in this facility, and they are in the stalls with you while you're going to the bathroom. For a 14-year-old child, they have to watch 100% of the time. She ended up with gastroparesis, meaning like her entire inside shut down because she was so embarrassed to poop in front of anybody. And ended up in the hospital for about, she thinks, a month, but was in and out. She had a lot of other complications that came from that, a PE, pleural infusion, just a lot of health things that just really came from this one episode. Once she got healed from that, she went to another residential treatment facility that happened to be closer to where she was from. And so the mother had more influence on how that could actually happen. Usually they wanted the goal was to send your kid away. She wanted to speculatively keep her closer so she could have more influence on what would actually go down in that experience while she was there.
And is it safe to say that during the time your daughter is sent off to these residential treatment facilities, that this mother, the adoption mom, is a well-known, upstanding, affluent, prominent member of their community?
Yeah, she has a lot of influence in that community. And so, yes, very much so. And that nobody even knew that she was gone. Like even her closest aunt didn't know that she was in these facilities. They told her that she had gone to live with, I think, even the adoptive father. And she had lived with him for a short period of time when things started to get rough, but not anything. She's like, if you count up the amount of time that he was in my life, it was probably a year and a half total that he had any influence in my life, And so she'd gone there. I think that's where she had told people where she was. She didn't even say that she was at these residential treatment facilities. But I mean, the stories that you've heard about those places are real. And like she did go in solitary confinement for a month by herself at one point in time for having runaway plans. She said one of the times was a 6-month stint of being in like a detention where they literally could just sit at a desk and have 20 minutes of school time and go to the bathroom every 3 to 4 hours, and they couldn't talk. They couldn't even cross their legs. They had to sit straight legged like this for the entire day. And got in there for passing a note or giving high five, like no physical contact whatsoever. I mean, and you think about these poor kids, and I mean, those are the most formative years of how are you going to become an adult? This is when you need to learn all of these things, and they are just trapped in these facilities.
Yeah.
So,
and a lot of these have been shut down because of abuse and investigations. We interviewed a victim of these residential treatment facilities for teens where all she did was have premarital sex, and she was kidnapped with the consent of her parents, taken to these facilities, and for months was treated like a prisoner.
Yeah. And it literally was a prison. I mean, that they are locking the doors so they have no access to in and out. And hers was an all girls one. And so they had like a tangent boys one that sometimes they would get to see each other. But I mean, just complete lockdown. And what was available to them was even more shocking. Like they couldn't have electric toothbrushes because heaven forbid you masturbate with your toothbrush. I mean, razors were off the table,
And ironically, the Mormon Church in Utah has a history of referring troubled teens to these facilities.
Yeah.
So they were eager to take your child away from you when it was born. And then likely were, I don't know if your daughter was raised LDS or not.
Yeah. I mean,
Ish.
kind of. Yeah, ish.
But in scenarios like this, the church would have also been eager
Yes.
to refer a quote troubled teen away from the parents to these facilities.
Yeah, and again, and being fair, sending her to the first facility actually does make sense to me, given the time, given the resources that were available at that time. If your kid, in that time period, if your kid ran away, it was normal rhetoric to send them to somebody else, defer the parenting to somebody else that can do better, right? So that one actually does make sense to me for her to have gone there, but to get that kind of a medical condition, it should have been an alarm, that your daughter didn't poop for a month and this is causing her to shut down inside. This is not a good situation. And moving her to a different facility is not a better situation. I mean, and it ended up being a worse facility at that too. And there were lawsuits from this facility too. I do think it's still operational, but they were part of this whole process too, what was going on with it. So, yeah, I mean, and little things like she just wasn't even taught basic grooming skills. When she first met me, she was like, oh my gosh, she was married. She's like, my husband's so OCD. He showers every day. And I'm like, most people shower every day. And she's like, no. Like he showers every day. Like, yeah, that's a normal thing. And she thought it was like normal to shower once a week kind of a thing. Basic things. Her clothes never fit her. Her shoes never fit her. And it wasn't for lack of money. They had plenty of money, because this woman was very, very professional. And so, just really subpar basic needs weren't even being taught. And she did learn some of them when she was in these programs too. But she's learning them at those most critical years. 14. The difference between an 11-year-old and a 15-year-old in grooming is pretty significant, and so she's learning these in that facility. And, the life skills that she was denied learning by being in those facilities is still haunting her today. She's amazing. And she is really, she is the scrappiest person I've ever met in my life, but she's had to be, that's a trauma response from her, is to be that way. So, let's see where we're at.
Two quick things that I'm noting.
Please.
Number one is that, if you think about it, like, okay, imagine a birth mom who is super poor, no education, no supportive family system, who lives in an unsafe community, and there's no way they could support themselves, let alone a child.
Right.
But who wants to keep the kid? Okay, I can see a scenario where it's like, hey, I know you want to keep this kid, but it's impossible for you to provide for the kid.
Right.
I'm just not seeing that in your scenario.
No.
Your dad works for the church.
Yep.
Your parents are at least middle class, if not upper middle class, by the point that you're having a kid.
Yeah, I'm smart.
Like
I can fit.
You have a good education. You have a good high school diploma. You're dating.
Yeah.
You're even living the church's standards, with a mess up. Why in the world could you not, with your parents' support, have had that baby, kept the baby, and then with your parents' support and ward, heaven forbid, ward support, Relief Society support, you're connected to a thriving, healthy religious community.
Right.
Why in the world could you not have had the baby, kept the baby between your family, you, and the ward, taking care of that baby to the point where you could date, fall in love with your future husband, get married, and then
live happily ever after.
The kid didn't have a dad in the home for a year and a half.
Right.
But he had a grandpa and a grandma and
the guy that would become his father.
And yeah. Like why in the world would the church not choose that scenario versus pressure you to get rid of the kid and then throw them into a super questionable environment that ended up being
very traumatic,
sounding nightmarish, along with the trauma of all the displacement.
Right, because part of the deal with an adopted child, when you're parenting an adopted child properly, you recognize that they're going to have attachment issues, and you spend your life working on those attachment issues, because that is the primary thing that you know about these. No, this woman did not do that. In fact, one of the times that, so she had a minute that she got out of the main facility that she was in, that she had done enough things to cross the T's and dot the I's, kind of a thing. So she got out for a minute, and she had gone to a friend's house, I think it was a guy even, and fallen asleep until 4 a.m. She's 17. This is a normal thing teenagers do, right? I would be upset as a parent. That's what we do, but kids do those kinds of stupid things. Instead of handling it like a way that is a good parenting, she loaded her up in the car, took her without saying a single word, drove her back over to the facility. Again, this is local now, and so she's right there. Said that they were going in for a therapy session, walked her into the office of the counselor that was there, and made some excuse about, I'm going to go get something in the car, and disappeared. The guy didn't even know that she was coming and dropping her off. There was no intake, anything. She literally just dropped her off and walked away without what it is. For an adopted child, I mean, I can't even comprehend what that felt like to her, to be abandoned by the one person that was supposed to show up for you. And I mean, and for every story that I'm telling you, there's 10,000 more, you know, I mean, when she's talking about these minor infractions that she's doing, and I'm a terrible person because da, 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 da. And it's just, she's just a big personality. She's animated. She's bubbly. She's fun. She laughs loud. I say loud laughter now because that's my favorite. We can get rid of that from the temple. But I mean, she's animated. She's all of these things, and having to put into this little box, you know, and of course she felt confined with it. And she's a teenager, you know. And so she just, I mean, these journals were just dark, dark, dark. And I haven't been able to go through it with her again. I mean, this was really pretty early on. It was probably within the first 6 months. And it wasn't until I saw those that I fully believed how bad it actually was, you know, because again, I wanted to be fair to the adoptive mom and be like, I mean, you were a teenager. Did you really know, you know, that kind of a thing. And we had one conversation that I did meet up with her one time after Kennedy found me, and I wanted to get some clarification about a few things, and none of it was denied. None of it was denied. So she has a way of gaslighting her, that she questions things, and to watch how my vibrant daughter just turned into this shell of a person. I mean, she just curls up and talks like this, you know, I mean, she just curled up into the power that this woman had over my daughter was just sickening to me to see that, especially compared to how much life she had with me, you know. Yeah, it's just crazy. I mean, there's so many things that I can't even go into all of. I mean, I think that lays a good enough foundation.
Yeah, I think so.
And I'll just say, I don't want to hopefully this won't upset you to say that maybe we can envision a world where the adoption mom wanted to be a good mom, wanted to love a baby, had every intention of being there for her daughter, and that something around the difficulties of adoption, the difficulties of how her life turned, made it harder and harder. And then she was embarrassed, and she felt guilty that she wasn't ending up providing the situation that she thought she should, and that she ended up not being the mom that she thought she would. And she ended up that parenting ended up being a lot harder than she thought it would be. But then you're a person in the community, and how do you manage your reputation? Like, there can even be grace to that scenario that this person maybe was in her own world doing the best that she could. Maybe I think if we're going to do anything, be hard on systems, not people. Maybe the adoption mom should have never been put in that situation to begin with. And because maybe the baby should have stayed with her mom, who between the mom, the parents, the family, and the church could have done a perfectly acceptable job raising that kid.
Yeah. And that's, I mean, where we talked earlier that it's not very safe for me to go to thinking through if I could keep her. This is literally where it is. And no, and I'm not saying anything. I'm happy to answer the question, but this is where it gets messy and complicated.
I so hear that.
I'm sorry. I didn't.
No, you're fine. I don't mind talking about it. I'm just saying I don't let my head go there very often because could I have prevented a lot of these things? Yes. But do we know that, I mean, the biological father was not a healthy person subsequent from that.
Right.
And we know he wasn't subsequent. You know, she's been in contact with him since then. And we know that he wouldn't have been good for her at that point in time too. And so it literally is just something that once I started therapy, the first podcast I listened to is secular Buddhism and understanding the acceptance and the radical acceptance of things. And it was literally surrounding this, because what followed for me after this was literally just everything fell apart.
Well, can I just say, my point wasn't to speculate as to whether your daughter could have had a different life.
Mm-hmm.
It's that a church used undue influence, coercion, and a lack of informed consent to pressure you to make a decision it probably had no business pressuring you.
Right.
It's possible that things could have turned out worse for that daughter if she had stayed. We don't know. That's not where I'm just saying it feels like you didn't have full consent,
right?
Full information, and the church had no business getting itself into the adoption business and pressuring you to give up your kid.
Yeah. And
that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, no. And that is an extremely important point, because if I hadn't trusted this system so much to vet the family in any other circumstance, I am a hyper analytic person I overthink on everything. I'm a critical thinker on everything. And I put blind trust in them vetting these people for me. I didn't even question some of these things that I go back and they're red flags.
Because it's God's church.
Right. And it's God's will.
Yeah.
This whole entire thing is God's will, right?
Yeah.
He put the name of the family in my head, right? That he told me that this is the family to choose. And so I don't get any choice. So any red flag that I had was, no, I defer to the discernment and the inspiration that the leaders have, and that this system has a perfect system in place. So I trusted them to have done their job. I found as I was going through things the other day, this one almost sent me over the edge. And I mean, I've had probably, I think, at least 6 very, very scary breakdowns since this time, because the guilt that I feel, and even though the whole world, and every time I say guilt, I see it in your guys' face too. No, don't feel guilt. And I get that, but I'm going to feel it. You can't not feel it. I put her in that home, period. And we understand all the circumstances, but that initial feeling to me is guilt and responsibility. I'm responsible for my children, period. Right. And so it tanked me many, many times. I mean, at least 3 times, at least 6 times that I can remember that I was in scary, dark places from this. And one of the things that I had to be really careful with the other day is I found a letter from LDS Social Services dated November of 94 saying, I want to read word for word for this because it is so significant. It says, "This has been a very good placement and your baby is receiving a lot of loving care. You can rest assured that this decision you made to place with this family is a good one. I hope you are doing well and achieving your goals."
I guarantee that's a form letter.
It's from the social worker maybe, but here's the problem with it. The father was out of the home when that letter was sent to me.
Further evidence it's a form letter.
Right. Is it right? Yeah. I mean, are they complicit?
Or lie. It's either a lie
or negligent. Yeah. It's one of the two.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter in either way. And I mean, the therapist that I've worked with used to actually work in adoption work, not with the birth mothers, but with, on the other side of things. And her speculation from this is that it was negligence, on their part.
So the dad was out of the home
when they told me that this was a positive placement. And
was the divorce finalized?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
But the dad was out of the home.
Yeah, he didn't. He left the home. My daughter Kennedy told me 9 months. The adoptive mother, when that one sit down, said 10 months. She was 11 months old. So even if, let's just say it went to 11 months, he was on his way out the door. This marriage was broken by that point in time. And I got a letter from the system telling me, rest assured.
Right.
Verbatim, rest assured in this.
Yeah.
And that, I mean, that to me is like, that's just a nail in the coffin. You know, I mean, let's put the onus where it is at that point in time. And that's, did you not do the home checks? Was he not present for those? Were you not paying attention, or did you get the job done because 72 hours passed, 6 months passed, we're out?
Yeah.
You know, and they're supposed to do these home checks regularly. And I have, that's what's included in that is a couple of the home checks. And one of them is quoted that the the adoptive mom says, we like her, quote. Like, there's nothing about we're gushing about her. She's whatever, you know, I mean, it's, and then the other part of it too, that's just sickening to me is going back and reading letters that she sent to me after the husband left the home. She's still saying in the letters, we this, we that, we this, and all of these, there's nothing. I mean, at least tell me.
Yeah.
You know, at least tell me that I'm so sorry. I know that this was important to you, but we broke up our marriage and I'm going to da, 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 right? Don't hide it from me. Don't pretend as though this didn't exist. You know, I mean, that's point blank lying to me, you know, and leading to me to believe something that carried me through for all of these years, you know?
Absolutely.
So, I mean, there's onus on both sides on that one too. And I've raised teenage daughters. I've raised 2 of them, and I know they're not easy. They're not easy. And so I do give a lot of grace for raising teenage daughters. But when they're not easy, you've done your parenting in place to be able to get through that time together. And you've built a relationship, and you come out of it on the other end of it having a great relationship through that thing that you never want to go through again.
Yeah.
At any point in time, still to this day, I am willing to work through and work past the things that this woman has done if she were ever accountable.
Yeah, I think that's important because I think both things can be true.
Yes.
Systems.
Yes.
Right? It can be systems, not people, but also how do we experience harm through people in the systems.
Right.
And so, you know, if anyone has been in therapy for any amount of time, like this idea of grieving and having real healing involves accountability of a person.
Yes.
In order to move forward.
Yes.
And so both those things are true.
Yes, exactly.
And if you don't do the work of this, especially, you know, I don't know, of individuals who have received harm from caregivers or of doing that, people don't heal. They don't, they're not able to kind of have this sense of self-empowerment again and trusting themselves again and really being able to set right what actually happened there and what was theirs and actually what was never theirs to kind of hold. Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally. And yeah, exactly. And so, I mean, one of the first things I want to do is I want to go through her journals, share with me anything that you're willing to share with me so I can understand what your experience is. At least sit down and say, I didn't realize it was that bad when you were there. I am so sorry, you know, and it was a lot of the times, right? That was definitely have been the narrative around her, is to send your kid away if they're causing trouble. I mean, right. I can't believe it still exists in today's world. I really can't, but that was a very huge narrative around there. And so it's not even that I have a problem with. It's awful that she went through these things, but she could have healed more had there ever been any accountability.
Yeah, that's
ever.
Right.
Or an apology even. And there's not. It's deniability. She minimizes how long she was there. She minimizes what happened while she was there. It's the same story of, how dare you tell these people these stories? How does that make me look? You know, and that's the overarching narrative that she has, that it's her job to protect how this woman has screwed up.
Okay, so can I ask you a question about kind of that's a little more present? So more
absolutely.
present.
Yeah.
So do you feel right now, with your relationship with Kennedy, that you are in a position to mother still? Like,
Absolutely.
she needs a mom.
Absolutely.
A mom energy, a mom, what it can look like, what it can feel like.
Yes, she receives that from me, and Troy is her dad. She is an integrated part of our family, and the next part of the story kind of plays into that. It kind of goes into that. So she, and we kind of went through that. So right after she found me, she actually got in contact with the biological father. We found him on Facebook very easily. He actually had sent me a letter or a message request just a few months earlier, asking if I knew anything about her, and so I could have full access to her. He came down. He still lives in Seattle, and we actually had this beautiful day that we call the best day ever. That when I saw him, he saw me, and we both just hugged each other and cried. And that was the first time we'd seen each other, since the hospital room. And we got along. And so the next day we planned, she was 21 years old. The next day we planned 21 things that we missed out on together. And we went to McDonald's and ate lunch. We went, and he's taught her to skip a rock, gave her a piggyback ride. We just did a bunch of really cute little things and just called it the best day ever. And it was magical. And we just serendipitously ran into different people, in the community that she wanted to introduce us to, and it was literally, it was the best day ever. We lit fireworks, we stargazed, the whole thing. And the next day we woke up and he and I didn't like each other again. But it was just this beautiful moment of of just getting to love our daughter together. And fast forward a little bit farther again, that I decided to take her on a trip up to Seattle to kind of do this pilgrimage for her. And I was able to somehow find the room that I had given birth in. And we had this other incredibly beautiful moment of just standing in the doorway. And again, that veil lifted. And you see in the movies where you've got like people going and watching a scene happening. That's literally what it felt like. Like memories came out of just flowing from me of all of this. And the babies were both sleeping during, it was a good hour or so. And so I could actually hold her hand and walk through and experience this all over again with her. And gratefully, because she was pregnant at 18, she had gone to social services and been in that position of being an unwanted pregnant.
Wow.
And so she fully never had any anger towards me, fully understood. And I would try to explain something to her. She's like, it's okay. I get it. You don't have to explain it. I'm like, but I want to. And she's like, you can, but I don't need it. There was never any anger towards that.
It's kind of mind blowing that she ended up getting pregnant and going to LDS Family Services a year earlier than you did.
Right. And isn't it ironic that the church told me that teen pregnancies, if I didn't place her, right?
That was one of the outcomes that was posed as like a nightmare or a threat to you.
Right. And she was younger than me and had lived a much rougher life than, the things that they said weren't going to happen did.
Like she'd go to jail.
Right. Like she'd go to jail, that she would be with bad friends. She was with bad friends. She was, there's literally everything in that top paragraph that said, if I kept her is what happened.
Wow.
That is
mind-blowing.
to reckon with that.
Yeah. And so I'm sure you can imagine what this did for my faith in God. Right. And my first dark night of the soul was while we were actually up in Seattle. And after we'd had this day at the hospital, no fault of hers, but she was like, do you mind if I go see the biological father again tonight? And I've just done the soul bearing, and I want to just hold her and hold my granddaughter was 2 months old when I met her. So I just had this baby to hold to soothe my soul. And I just wanted to go home and just hold her, and she wants to go off with him. And holy cow, it was an awful night for me. And we ended up driving home the next day, and we're driving up I-90 and just getting over the pass, and I couldn't even talk to her. I couldn't even look at her, and I had to pull off, and I walked away from the car and literally just screamed at the top of my lungs. And this is not me. This is not me in any way.
Oh, you were driving with her?
Yeah. And I pulled her off, like
the
got out.
Snoqualmie Pass?
Yeah, Snoqualmie Pass, and not quite to the ski resorts yet. And I just had so much inside of me, and it scared her because I mean, I could not contain anymore. I just screamed and couldn't talk to her for like 3 hours for a totally normal thing for her to go and see him while she's there. But it just hurt so bad, to not have her choose me in that moment. And it makes perfect sense. But it just was one of the first ones, that
Because she was going to be coming back with you, but leaving him.
Yeah. Sure, go spend some more time.
Yeah.
But it just was, I was so fragile right then. And I needed her to soothe that wound. And I didn't, it just, I didn't have a choice, because I say no, then I'm selfish. And then if I say yes, then I know where I'm at too. And we're both just surviving together on this. But we were able to talk that through. And by the time it was about 3 hours or more, and then I watched her trauma response to me being angry, and it wasn't healthy. And there was a lot that was said in her trauma response, to me being angry, and how much it scared her that she'd ruined our relationship, kind of a thing.
Yeah.
So that was very telling, as it was too. So she ended up getting divorced from that husband, and she moved in with us about a year later.
Super quick question. Any idea how the adoption mom felt about her reconnecting with you and spending time with you? Because I'm just going to say, I would hope, like, I have kids now, everyone struggles. I struggle when my kids are struggling. I just want anything in their life that's going to help them be healthier, happier.
Right.
So I'm just trying to imagine, ideally, if I'm an adoption parent and I find out that I know my kid's struggling,
my adult child,
and then I know that their birth parent or parents are going to now come into their lives with potential half siblings, with potential extended family, and there's a chance that those people will be a healthy, positive influence. I want that for my adult kid.
Right.
100%.
Right.
So I'm hoping that the adoption mom was super excited to have extra support and extra healthy people in the life of her adopted daughter. And
I hoped that too. It's not true. It's not the case in any way, shape, or form. She's incredibly threatened by me. Incredibly threatened. As I said, I've only seen her one time since all of this. And it was just a little sit down, because Kennedy had wanted it, because she wanted to feel like she had somebody to support her for the first time. And I brought Troy with me. That threw the mother off kilter, because she's been single, and I've got my husband by my side, who has been by my side from the beginning.
Did she ever remarry?
Yes, for a short period of time, and it wasn't positive for Kennedy's.
Failed marriages.
Yeah, it wasn't positive for Kennedy in any way, shape, or form, and the divorce wasn't positive words said to Kennedy either. And I mean, so there was that moment, and I did was able to ask her some questions. I probably came in fairly hot, to be fair, right? But it was like, catch me up, because last I knew you were married and you were a temple-worthy person.
I kind of feel like that's fair.
Right?
I mean, it feels fair.
I thought so too. I mean, I'm like, I feel like I have some answers that are owed to me, I mean, I trusted you and you failed me, bottom line. And so tell me where this is. I'm mom to mom right now. Let's talk. And no, it was, she reversal blamed on anybody that she possibly could. She minimized anything. Anytime Kennedy would try to say something, she minimized what it was. And I was like, but wait, we saw in your journals that it said da 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 da, right? And so I could kind of stand there and say, we have proof of this.
That conversation is not going well.
It kind of feels like for this, did it kind of provide a real proof of like, oh, okay, so this person's not well.
Yeah. And she actually even when Kennedy told me what her reaction was when she told her that she had met me, I didn't believe it. I'm like, nobody can be that. You're exaggerating. Like, I really feel awful. And it's understandable that it took me so long to truly believe Kennedy. Like, it really made me sad that it took reading the journals, that it took me seeing her.
You want to be fair.
Right.
Right.
From the beginning. I mean, literally the first question I asked was, how do they feel? because I don't want to step on anybody's toes.
Yeah.
I want to be
parenting's
considerate of
hard.
this. Yeah.
Parenting's hard.
Yeah.
And you care, and coming in with a sense of honoring that
Yeah.
relationship, not trying to.
Yeah. And everything, every letter that I ever received was from her is that she honored me too. So let's work this out.
Yeah.
You know, literally just catch me up. I need to, let's go mom to mom here kind of a thing. And there was not an opportunity for that in any way, shape, or form. If anything, she kept finding where my weak point was. And when she saw that it was the biological father, that was where I had the most weakness in this. I had the least amount of support. I had the biggest amount of feelings. She kept going after it multiple times. And I didn't even realize it until I got away from it. And I was like, what was that feeling? And I'm like, oh my gosh. Like she found my jugular and she kept poking at it, you know, multiple times. And so it was
the biological father wasn't doing well, or didn't
just saw that I wasn't comfortable talking about him,
okay,
that I'm sure it looked like I was threatened by him, you know, because they had an immediate connection too. And I had this feeling of trying to protect him from him, but they had a connection. And, you know, I mean, they've settled into a better place now too, but it was unhealthy at that point. You know, I'm obsessive texting as it goes, right? As it goes, you know.
Okay, I see.
So, and at the time I was not comfortable with how their relationship actually worked. And I was jealous because I wanted to be the only parent that she cared about. You know, I mean, I had
okay, I see.
Shallow feelings. I had, you know, I mean, there was a lot of feelings about that. I didn't want him in her life because that's what I had, you know, everything that I had shot for. But at the same time, she's an adult. Do with him what you want to do, you know, and I wanted to be, you know, I mean, it immediately went into me that I needed to go in savior mode. I needed to go through and undo all of the damage that was done. And I needed to protect her from all of the harm that was done to her and could continue to be harmed to her.
That so makes sense. I'm so glad you explained that, because in many ways, you know, I know in your brain you probably maybe had an envisioning of her growing up.
Absolutely.
But the truth is in real life, you left her as an innocent
3 days old.
Like, yes. And then you're back with her as like the full adult. But then with all this, you're finding out all this information of basically her being unprotected.
Yeah.
Like her not being advocated for, her not having so it totally makes sense to me, just viscerally, emotionally, that, you know, there's this mama bear kind of where it's like, I don't know about you and don't trust any of you. I am going to trust me to care for you. So everyone stand back.
And I am operating from a place of guilt too.
Yes,
I mean,
that guilt
I'm
piece,
absolutely operating from that, you know, I mean, and I've worked on that so that doesn't drive my actions at this point in time, but I don't know if I can ever get rid of that guilt. I mean, I would love to say I can. I'll keep working on it, but.
So were you in therapy during this time? Did you find that processing all these feelings was really helpful?
Not until, what goes up must come down. And we just were in like a fantasy land initially. Like it just heightened. I ignored my other daughters by all intents and purposes. You know, I mean, she became my sole purpose, and relationships were damaged with those girls too. You know, I mean, they were 16 and 13. They still needed a mom. And she is extremely magnetic and charismatic and fun. And, you know, when she's around, my entire attention's on her. If it's not, then it's on my granddaughters, you know, and then, you guys are old enough to figure it out, you know. And so
this feels so real. Like I can see why this would be so tricky.
Because then your daughters would be saying, hey,
yes,
you're our mom now.
Hello.
And you're going to abandon us.
Yeah. And my oldest,
fix someone else that you abandoned.
Right.
But that's not, you're just repeating the abandonment.
Right, exactly. The oldest one was in the middle of her own mental health challenges. She was battling anorexia at the time. I'm like, just eat, you know. And my youngest one is she's so sensitive, and she locked herself in her room. And I'm like, oh my gosh, just come out of your room, right? Like it just felt like this impatience for not having enough in me to be able to just fix this, you know. And I hate that that's what happened. It's not in my nature as a mom, but it was just truly a trauma response. Like I was driven by primal trauma at this point in time. I have to protect her. And then in addition to that, to kind of come back to the church side of things, I just assumed that the reason why she was back in my life is because I needed to bring her back to church, right? Like she didn't get what she wanted. So I doubled down on church. I doubled down. I was in the Relief Society presidency, and I prayed more. I read my scriptures more. I did all of the things because all I wanted was answers. I wanted answers for how can God let this happen to my child? How can this be possibly okay, right? He didn't answer my prayers when I was a kid about taking sexual abuse away, but why didn't he answer my pleas when we had made a deal, right? And we were raised with a transactional God.
Sure.
And if I give you my child, then you will take care of her, right? He didn't follow through on his end of the deal in any way, shape, or form. And so this construct, this dogma that I had created that had been foundationally my testimony building experience, all of a sudden, I mean, it was kind of like Jenga pieces, right? Like she would tell me about the residential treatment facility. She told me about with this, Jenga pieces.
That's
and then
such a great visual.
Yeah.
It was just a matter of time before it all came crashing down.
And then I don't even know what the final one was, but it just crumbled down. And I remember going to my bishop and being like, I need answers. Tell me how this can happen. And everybody I talked to, and I was in this state of like word vomit. They'd say, how's Kennedy doing? Blah, right? Like I can't contain all of these feelings. And so fast forward, she moved in with us for us to help get her on her feet through this divorce. And it came to a head of, I was operating from a Mormon perspective and I harmed her with that Mormon perspective.
I'm guilty of that.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that is so how it works, I think. Those default settings, the conditionings actually that we work so hard to sort of question, or when is the time that you're more apt to kind of go back to the default when you're feeling vulnerable, when you're in trauma response, when you're in, when you're not actually conscious.
Right. She's a 22-year-old mother and she has to live by our curfew. If she's going to live in our house, she has to go to church. I mean, just
the whole purity culture stuff.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah. Right. And so
conditional love.
She wanted to date before the divorce was final. That felt offensive to me. Right. But I guess that's a normal thing.
Sin next to murder.
Right. Yeah. And she's out there dating. And I'm like, how dare you bring this into my home? I have made all these efforts and, whatever.
So now is the Mormonism becoming a wedge? Is it sort of becoming this barrier?
Mm-hmm.
Now she's in your life, and the Mormonism is the barrier to you actually being able to truly connect and love her in a way that feels like love to her.
I was loving her in a Mormon unconditional way, and I didn't know how to.
Mormon conditional way.
Yes. Well, I'm saying unconditional because they said it was unconditional. Sorry. Quote. Yeah.
Quote unconditional. What they would
Mormon
say.
Mormon unconditional love means what?
Means that as long as you're doing everything that I'm saying, then I love you. And if you tell me that you're doing something different, well, once you fix it, I love you no matter what, but fix it so I can continue to love you. Right.
I love you unconditionally, but only if you're obedient to the church.
Right. I mean, that's what the rhetoric is, right? I mean, God's the same way with us, Mormon God.
It's also like the parent's experience is central.
Yeah.
So if I'm emotionally uncomfortable or having really uncomfortable feelings, that is what is going to dictate how this goes down.
And she felt like a caged animal in my home. And I did not know why it wasn't working. I mean, because my mentality is just come into our family. You're in. Right. Let me wrap my arms around you. You're part of this family now. And when she moved in, it was literally square peg, round hole. Like, this doesn't work. This does not work for us. And she ended up moving out and under circumstances, again, that I didn't agree with. And my second massive breakdown happened. And third, because there was one prior before that too. But there was a moment, again, Troy was going out of town because that's what he does during the big times. And he was moving out, but he was scared. I actually scared him that time. And I threw a brush at him. And I'm not a violent person. I'm a very chill person. And this was a trip that he couldn't not go on. And he actually called my brother to come and check on me. My sister-in-law came and checked on me because I was in a really, really bad state. And so during that conversation was when it was, let's get you in some therapy at this point in time. Like this has gone beyond our prayers and our efforts, that this is going to break you. This is a third awful breakdown. And I'm not feeling safe to myself anymore. And I'm certainly not safe to my girls.
This must have been super hard for him and your daughters.
Yeah. Yeah. And they're so amazing about it because they're so understanding of that. I didn't have a whole lot of control over my actions during that time.
Yeah.
And I mean, I even said often, please communicate with me. Please communicate with me. And my older daughter had the capacity to tell me, hey, mom, I need you to show up this way. Right. And absolutely, I'll do it. But my younger daughter didn't have the opportunity, didn't have the language or the skills or the emotional capacity to say that. And so, I mean, you're just doing what you do. And there's so much in me. And so she moved out. And we ended up having, that was, I think it was January of 2018, and we didn't start rebuilding until 2020.
So 2-year break.
Mm-hmm. And there was a lot, we tried to stay in contact periodically here or there, but it was messy and it was ugly. And the girls, our raised daughters didn't want anything to do with her. She didn't want anything to do with them. And so it was just me trying to figure out how to continue this relationship, and Troy when he could come into it. But it was really her and I trying to figure out how are we going to do this, because I don't want to push her out of my life, but she's not safe, and vice versa, right? Like I want her in my life, but this is not working whatsoever. So I shifted over. Our older daughter just went back to being mom, right? And I'm just going to deal with this as it deals, but these girls need my attention. Our other 2 daughters need my attention, and I've got some trust to build with them again. I'll work on trust with somebody at a later point in time. And so, so I focus on them. Oldest one graduates. She ends up against what she always said she was going to do, getting married at 19 years old. And she, where she gets married in the temple, we're still all in for all intents and purposes. During all of this, one of the really cool things that happened is I started breeding one of my dogs. That she came into my life right as things were falling apart with Kennedy. And so I decided to breed her. And by doing that, I could kind of go through the process of placing other living animals in new homes and get it right. And so with each puppy I sent home, I got to heal a little bit of that birth mom in me of saying, look, I have good placements. I can still have good placements. And it was this moment of, I was angry at God, and this was a way that it still showed up that there might be something bigger than the God that I understood to be. I'd gone to my bishop and asked him, can you give me any answers? Can you give me any answers on why this is? And he gave me this stupid scripture that I hate more than anything of Joseph Smith in Carthage jail, or where art thou, pavilion, kind of thing. And I'm like, it's not the same thing. This is not the same thing. Like, yeah, he was dying because he was a martyr, right? And I didn't either believe or disbelieve at that point in time, but just this is a bullcrap answer. This isn't working for me. And go to somebody else and ask for an answer. And it's just these platitudes that are just falling flat. And I had this one experience. I was in the car with my dad, and we were coming home from a temple sealing of one of my nieces. And it was an hour and a half drive. And I was in the front seat with him, and finally just opened up to him about how angry I was. I was just pissed at God. How dare you do this to my daughter? And he's like, well, do you know what you need to do now? And I was like, oh, thank goodness somebody's got an answer. And this is my dad that I could always go to that had an answer for everything that was ever out there. Right. And I go, and I'm just waiting on with bated breath of what is going to be his answer. And he looks at me, or he's driving, and he's like, do you know what you need to do now? And then his answer is, you need to ask for forgiveness. I'm like, from what? What did I do? What do I need forgiveness for? And it was this crashing moment of like, he doesn't get it either. Mm-hmm. Nobody gets it. There's all these people in the church that are supposed to have the answers, and they don't get it. They don't understand what this is. And so I kind of consider that when the whole thing kind of fell down, right? When the whole Jenga piece kind of fell down, because I'm like, nobody has the answers for this. Okay. So I get a chance to kind of heal this birth mom in me through puppies. My therapist at the time, she was like, had I known, I would have absolutely recommend dog breeding for an adoptive mom, just because, I sobbed with this one. I felt joy with this one, just all these really beautiful connections of people that are finding me in unconventional ways. And it's really, really keeping me from nihilism is what actually that is. Is this is a piece that it's like, there's gotta be something else working around at this, it might not be the God that I knew that I was raised with. Maybe I still got it wrong, right? It's not the church's fault still. It's I misunderstood. Let me reframe my relationship with God. So our oldest raised daughter ends up getting married in the temple. And I'm just moving forward. And then, so we're living the Mormon dream again, that kind of a thing. And then COVID hits. And I'm recognizing, well, let's back up before COVID. I'm recognizing when I'm at church, I'm much more irritable while I'm at church. I'm sitting like this and I come home with a migraine every single week, and I'm just tense, and I'm realizing that none of this is working for me very well, and I'd been in therapy 6+ months or so and just was like, I'm not feeling any better. And so I started medication, and we know how the church feels about medication. So there was shame, and I'm broken. I'm that broken that I need medication. Not that I'm in this terrible situation. It's that praying is not working for me. Reading the scriptures, holy bullshit, right? Like, I don't even care about the scriptures right now. I can't breathe at this point in time. I can't get out of bed at this point in time. And so I'm just at church going through the motions. It started frustrating Troy because he's like, you're on the phone constantly. And I'm like, yeah, I am. I'm playing games because I am anxious as crap and I don't even know what's wrong with me. And so there was this lesson in Relief Society one time about mental health. And it was the first time I remember having a full panic attack at church, that I'm looking around and listening to all these women, and I'm like, this is not a safe space for me, because I can't say I have ample experience with mental health. I am on medications. I'm in crisis right now. And this lady's talking about how her daughter experienced some postpartum depression, and she read the Book of Mormon, and now she's feeling better, right? And this is the same old story as the friend story when I was a kid. Like, why is the Book of Mormon working for this girl with postpartum depression? And my child was ripped from my arms, This isn't cutting it. I still don't matter to this God that I was raised with, And so that really kind of framed going into COVID of like getting the space that I needed to not experience that anxiety was shocking to me. It was absolutely shocking to me. And my husband kept listening to church on Zoom calls or whatever, and he'd come and show it to me, and I'm like, I don't want to listen, and he was extremely conscious with COVID, and ended up having another litter of puppies, which buys you 8+ weeks of not going to church without excuse. And so we got through that, and he's like, I don't want to go back to church. And I ended up having double foot surgery during that time too. And so then I had yet another excuse to not go to church, because my feet had to be elevated 100% of the time. December of 2020, my youngest daughter, accepted to sing in church for Christmas, like sing a solo. I'm like, dang girl, you go. That's awesome. And so I ended up going to church to listen to her. And the discomfort I felt there was like, get me out of here. I cannot be in this chapel anymore. And I'm like, I can't go back to church. It is not a safe place for me. And so then I'm like I'm just kind of putting it as, what work do I need to do to get back to church, is where it's coming at. It's not the church's fault. It's what do I need to do to get back to that? So fast forward. So then my daughter starts reaching out to me again, and we're just kind of Kennedy. Yeah, sorry. She starts reaching out to me again, and we're trying to build a relationship again through both dogs and kids and, all of that. And so I'm rebuilding, but my other two daughters want nothing to do with her. And I had listened to that secular Buddhism, and my motto was radical acceptance. Whatever she has to say, I just say, okay. And ride the ride is how I called it, right? Like, there's no judgment on anything that she's saying or doing, and I don't have to I don't have to impose what I think is right anymore. And it was a learned skill for me to really, and she gave me the space to practice that skill, which was an incredible gift for it. So fast forward a little bit more, we're rebuilding this relationship together. And then, so that's December. And then by June, my youngest daughter comes out as being queer. She is part of the community, and that rocked my boat as well. And we had a little moment of, I handled that revelation the very worst possible way that you can imagine. The only thing I said right is that I understand that changes your relationship with the church, and I'm here for you. And that I'll go to any church that you want me to go with you, but I understand that that's not going to be a safe place for you to go anymore. And then botched everything else. But we had a moment of like, I wanted to sit down with her. I wanted to get all the answers. And when she left, it was a moment of, if I don't fix something, I'm going to lose 2 daughters right now. And I cannot lose 2 daughters in this. And never mind that our oldest raised is not going to church, isn't wearing her garments, and I don't give a crap, right? Like, do what you want to do. I don't really care if you go to church or not, but I'm not going to lose these 2 daughters. So then I got into like I need to figure out how I'm going to be an ally to my daughter, my youngest daughter. And I had the foundation of radical acceptance with Kennedy. And then, so then when it came to our youngest, is I'm like, I just have to apply this radical acceptance as well, you know? So she, it was bumpy with that. I'm not going to lie. I did not handle that I wish I could have handled it better, but I handled it the best I knew. And I made adjustments quickly, as quick as I knew how to make adjustments. So, fast forward to 2021, Kennedy and I are still rebuilding, but it's not easy still. You know, I mean, we're working on it, but we only have about 10 conversation pieces that are safe. Otherwise, it's just a matter of like bumping too much into feelings, you know, kind of a thing. And she's starting to confide in me more. And I'm starting to get better at not asserting my rights and wrongs at these kinds of things. And then I found myself on my way down in the car to Arizona, listening to podcasts that started out with canine reproduction and ended up with Mormon Stories that I had heard about Natasha Helfer. I have a lot of therapists in my surrounding circle, and had been told about her. And I'm like, I want to find out what's going on in this. And so
was she getting excommunicated?
Mm-hmm.
Was it okay?
Because this is fall of 2021. So I think that this was right in that time frame, because the first one I listened to was prior to the excommunication. The second one I listened to was the aftermath of it. And after hearing those, I all of a sudden, like, I don't want to be part of an institution that is treating people this way. And my daughter is now part of this community. And it started opening my eyes up into the way that I had been harming Kennedy through all of this too. You know, I mean, these black and white judgments needed to not be black and white, that life exists in grays and not in blacks and whites, you know. And
also, Natasha was trying to fight against the type of treatment you experienced as a teenage girl in Mormonism, and all the sexual shame and unhealthy teachings around sexuality that formed your adolescence.
Right. So she's talking about masturbation and that it's normative. And I'm like, what? Huh. That having sex at a 19-year-old is okay with consent. What? You know, I mean, all of these areas of shame, she's calling out, and I'm listening to her. I'm like, what? I mean, this is like a blowing my mind kind of thing. And all of a sudden there's words to things that I felt my whole life, you know, that I thought I was the only one. I thought I was the bad one, but lots of people are feeling this, you know.
And being queer is okay as well.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I went to a lot of gay stories too. I listened to that one. I went to Marriage on a Tightrope. I went to Natasha's Mormon Mental Health. You know, I mean, I just kind of did a dive through all of that. And it should be mentioned too that during this time when Troy was trying to watch Sacrament Meeting, and I was like, I'm not the church doesn't feel safe to me anymore. We had to come down, have a sit down moment of, is he going to tell me bait and switch now? Or am I, how are we going to handle this? And it gave him permission to finally let his shelf break too. And
because he was probably having doubts from the very start.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
And he just he packed those down for you.
Yep. Yeah. Exactly. He's like, well, I married you. You said nope. So as soon as he was the one, he introduced me to LDS discussions, and he's like, it's really interesting. The temple one on Masonic influence in the temple was the first one I listened to. He's like, you should listen to it. It's kind of really interesting. And I listened, and I'm like, what? Oh my gosh, what? And it took about a year of that from the time that I first listened to Natasha, and then kind of going down the deep dive of it, of where I would say that my full shelf fully broke from there, because it started out as the emotional abuse, and I didn't care about history stuff. I never really liked history anyway. Turns out it was because it was cognitive dissonance for me that I couldn't make Mormon history match history as a whole. And so I didn't really care. I didn't care about truth claims. I didn't care about the Book of Mormon's true, because the church is harming people at a regular basis. Children are dying. LGBTQ kids are dying. There's women out there that are feeling the shame that I have felt their whole life. There's adopted children that feel like they're carrying a scarlet letter in lieu of their parent, or not in addition to their parents, right? And so I'm feeling the injustice of the emotional trauma that is being done. And Troy, on the other hand, is going like, what? All these things that I always questioned, there were no elephants, all these things that he'd always questioned, he could actually look into now without me being upset. And so he probably got to that a little bit quicker than I did, because I was just so focused on the emotional abuse that was happening. And the final straw for me is hilarious, but I didn't know that Joseph Smith had a glass of wine the night before. And the two things that I felt
the night before he was killed.
Yeah. Sorry. The two things that I prided myself on is that I'd never tasted alcohol and that I'd never said the F word. Those are like the only two things that I never did wrong. Right. And so I found that out, and I'm like, so that 8-year-old story when he refused the alcohol is just a farce. Like, that was just a made up story to make us feel guilty about not drinking. And so I'm like, I want alcohol. And that was like the straw that, that was when the shelf actually broke.
I mean, it's probably true that as an 8-year-old, he said no to the alcohol. Sure. Maybe because his own dad was an alcoholic, and there were, he saw alcohol as being a problem in his home as a child. But that story was told to you withholding the information that by the time he was an adult,
right,
he and all the other church leaders were all not just drinking alcohol, but making alcohol, selling alcohol,
distilleries and bars and, whatever. And I'm like, why have I abstained from this my entire life? And I'm going to try it. And I really tried it and had some fun with it. But in the meantime, so back to the adoption side of things, I realized very, very quickly that there was a lot of church truth claims that I had a lot of doubts too. I didn't know, I went back to that 2012 with my friend, that it was like, oh my gosh, all the things she was telling me were true, and that you weren't scary. You weren't of the devil.
Meaning me?
You. Yeah.
Me?
Yeah. That Mormon Stories wasn't just heretics. And, the support that I felt from even listening to Mormon Stories and all of these other podcasts I felt seen and heard.
I don't feel evil.
I don't think you are. I don't think you are at all. But my gosh, I was sure celebrating your excommunication. I'm so sorry.
I understand.
It's the 180. Like, that's the irony of it, is how, because I had to hold on to the church so hard for survival, I was just rigid, and so it wasn't you personally, but what you represented, I suppose. So anyway, through this is I'm all of a sudden learning what radical acceptance is, and I'm learning what true unconditional love actually is. And I am able, thankfully, that my children have allowed me to come back and take accountability for my actions. And they'll tell me a story and I'm like, I'm so sorry for all the things I said and did while I was Mormon. That's the only way that I can do it, because if I had stayed in the church, I'm quite confident that I would not be speaking to at least Kennedy, but I don't know that my youngest would be able to have a relationship with me too, because I am a full ally now. I mean, if she's not going to be in the celestial kingdom, why do I want to be there? I'd rather just be wherever my kids are. That's where I want to be. And so because of that, then, I've been able to soften it around my other daughters too. And they've actually had reconciliation with Kennedy and have had we're very cohesive in a very healthy place. We both recognize that the savior complex that I have and the savior dynamic of savior victim is probably going to always exist in our relationship. And so when we get into tough times, it's a place that we really, really have to be careful. And other than that, our relationship is quite easy at this point in time. And we've both built back trust. We both have figured out a dynamic that works really, really well for us. There's been another time since then that I needed to have space from what was going on in her life, and she respected that, and we've come back together after that. So it feels like we're in a very cohesive place with that, which is incredibly beautiful. And I am positive that had I stayed in the church, that we wouldn't be at this place. And so leaving actually just gave me permission to fully be me and be the parent that I knew that I needed to be for my children, and the grandma that I have these two darling granddaughters that are my besties. And, they are a gift to me in my life at this point in time. And they love to see that I'm exploring, and, my 11-year-old granddaughters knew that I was coming doing this interview and wants to know all the questions. And, she learned for the first time the sin next to murder thing. And she was like, were you really taught that, Mimi? And I was like, I was. And
well, it's in the Book of Mormon.
Right.
Right.
And it's every, I can't remember not ever hearing the licked cupcake, the chewed gum. There was one about, a wedge in a tree that the tree would grow around it, but it's always there. So what's the atonement then?
Yeah.
What is the atonement supposed to be if the wedge is always there, So, just eventually the truth claims was just like, I probably listened to about 20 of the LDS discussions, and I'm like, I don't need any more. I don't need any more of it at this point in time. Not only has this institution done incredible harm to me and my children, but I don't want anything to do with it anymore at this point in time. And as most people say, it's hard. That's a really hard thing. I wanted the church to be true. I wanted to find the place to find the answers. I went to the church for comfort. I went to everybody I could think of for comfort, for answers, to make this make sense for what I experienced in life. And I couldn't get answers until I stepped away from the church, looked into other religious paradigms even, and I just love to learn about all of them. Buddhism's beautiful. Secular Buddhism's beautiful. Do I want to become Buddhist? No, I don't want any organized religion, but you can find pieces of beauty in each part of it, and there's so much out there to rebuild. Mysticism is so fun for me right now. Right now, I love astrology. Let's figure out astrology and have some fun with that, and practice not having astrology determine all of my actions, not outsourcing my authority to any other thing, but collecting authority to help me drive my choices, drive my decisions, and, and to just take ownership back. And being 50 years old and trying to learn how to be an adult for the first time is not easy. And I wish that I could have stayed in the church, but once you realize the harm of it, you can't go back. You can't go back from it. So,
and then irony of ironies, 10 or 15, 20 years ago, the Mormon church gets out of the adoption business.
Right.
And I just really quickly, I speculated that it could have been, because of lawsuits.
Mm-hmm.
It also very well could have been that the church was afraid that it would be forced to allow same-sex adoptions, and it wanted to abandon adoptions before it had to even mess with discrimination claims of it
Right.
discriminating against same-sex couples, or it could have been a combination of those things or other things as well. Long story short is, are you just excited that the Mormon Church is out of the adoption business, or is there some ambivalence or some pain associated with that?
It bugs me because there's no accountability.
Yeah.
Right? There's no accountability for it whatsoever. Of like, I know I'm not the only one that has experienced a difficult adoption. I'm not. Our story is very, very tragic, and it's kind of like the extreme of what it is. I mean, there are worse things that could have been happening to her, but not. It was awful.
It was pretty bad.
It's pretty bad, right? And I'll every once in a while watch a documentary and call her and be like, "Hey, you don't have the worst adoption out there. This one was worse," kind of thing. And it's kind of a joke. It's pretty bad, right? And so I realized that I'm on one end of the spectrum, and there's a whole nother beautiful side of the other spectrum. And I have some very dear friends that are just incredible birth moms adoptive moms. And if all of them were like that, if all of the adoptive parents were like that, then there wouldn't be issues, right? But
unless the birth moms were pressured with undue influence and a lack of information to give up their kids. Because even if those kids went into healthy adoptive parent homes, there was still the coercion and the undue influence.
Yeah. Thanks for calling that out too. And a big part of that too is, again, turning over my authority for them to have vetted these families. Had I not been in the church, I would have done so much more research. I would have demanded more information. I would have, it was of my nature to know all the things, it still is of my nature to know all the things. And so it's not, I wouldn't have turned my authority over for who was going to be the parent to my child. There's no way I'd do that in a million years, And so, yes, the undue influence that was played into that absolutely is a huge portion of it.
And the deception that the information was
Mm-hmm.
including the separation and or divorce of the adoptive parents.
Mm-hmm. The different career.
And the different career was all withheld from you.
Yeah.
And you were deceived.
I was fully deceived on that. And again, it is speculative that divorce papers were drawn up, but it's a very credible source that information came from. And so
they were separated.
Right.
So
right. Exactly. At some point in time, he left at 10 months. And it's not a question of whether or not they were healthy when they received her. You don't all of a sudden get divorced in 9 months. So my gratitude comes from my faith deconstruction of that. It has allowed me to build beautiful relationships with my children. It's also allowed them to create relationships with each other again now too, and rebuild those kinds of relationships. And that she does get parents now, and Troy's role in this has been monumental. That he was there and he held her before, he held her. He held my hand during all of it. He was there when I came home. So when she came back into our lives, there's nobody in the world that could be more invested in this than him, and no other man that I could have ever been with would have been as supportive and as emotionally invested in it as he was, because it was his daughter too. He was at that point. We knew we would get married. We just it was just messy to get there. And he felt a lot of guilt initially for not having married me, and had to work through those feelings of being able to have prevented this, quote unquote. Obviously we can't, like I said, we can't go back and question all of these things because it's not healthy. But at the same time, you kind of have to go through those motions. And so he had a lot to reconcile with too, of whether or not he could have even prevented this, which is heartbreaking to me as well. So, and then the other benefit of the church not being in our lives is our relationship has gotten better too, because he doesn't have the threat of me saying bait and switch on him. He doesn't have the threat of me clinging to the church for every answer for everything. And he gets to have his wife back, that little by little I was being pushed into a box from the church, and little by little, since deconstructing, I'm finding myself again in some ways for the very first time, and so we get to foster our relationship in a much better, much healthier way where we can talk about our beliefs. We couldn't talk about them before because I wasn't a safe place to have those conversations with, I flat out told him bait and switch. I flat out told him he doesn't get to believe other things. And so anytime church came up with us, I would hear other people have, these great in-depth conversations with their husband. And we could barely, I think we read the scriptures together 10 times in all of our life. Church and religion and thoughts on all of the big issues and theologies and all of that just weren't safe conversations for us. And so now we can, there's no subject that's off the table. There's no action that's off the table. Like, where does our own morality lie? What are our own boundaries with each other? Where do we, is there any changes that we want to make in our life? There's a lot of different conversations that can have now that we were not able to have those in our relationship before. So as a whole, just my whole family our little nuclear family is much more cohesive at this point, thanks to not being part of the church. And it was the church that was making it. My clinging to the church is what was driving a wedge in my family. So I had to be the one that left first. And actually, I guess Caitlin, our youngest daughter, was officially the one that left first when she came out. And then all of us kind of have followed suit since then. And we're really lucky because I know that's not the case for a lot of people. And the church continues to drive wedges into a lot of marriages. But we're lucky on that part to have we're on this journey together, all of us, and could not be happier outside of the church. And yeah, you always heard that when you were in the church that, oh, I have so much more happier and peace. And it's not the real peace. I can attest to, this is what peace looks like outside of the church. This is what happiness looks like. And that feigned gold dangling carrot of joy in the afterlife and endure to the end is not any way to live life. This is how to live life, is to live in the now and to cherish the relationships and foster the relationships and find accountability for the things that you've done and how you've wronged people so that you can continue to grow in love. And that's the bottom line. And that's what actually, that kind of is a good little wrap up of why I'm even here is, because I want to be able to share and help other people feel seen. It's a lonely world to be a birth mom. It's a very, very lonely, it's an invisible pain to have a scarlet letter. And I hope that there's birth moms out there that are feeling seen and heard and loved. And I feel free to reach out. I would love to be able to connect with women if they want to.
How do they find you?
I'm very not active on social media right now. I've just made a transition from dog world back to human world. So you can find me on Instagram. Just look up my name. I am on Facebook too.
It's Myndee.
Correct.
Tollefson.
Correct. Yeah. And I can give you a link to what my Instagram is. So
Okay.
I have a more active dog account, but I'll give you my human one and maybe I'll start using my human Instagram again instead. So, I would love to be able to connect with others, and there's big stories to be told in all of this. So, and lots of feelings, tender feelings that I would love to honor in these other women that are out there, and adoptees and birth fathers too, because I also want to be accountable that there was a lot of coercion and pain that was done to the birth father in this as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let me just say really quickly, we talked about maybe doing a panel of, what's the term of
birth moms?
Birth moms.
Mm-hmm.
So if many of you have had this experience and you found this episode useful or validating, I'm open, write us, leave comments on YouTube or on Spotify, send us emails at mormonstories@gmail.com, and we'll consider doing a panel.
Yeah, I'd love to.
And hopefully since the Mormon Church is out of this business, but hopefully someone at Mormon Church headquarters can pay attention to the scarlet letter aspects, the shame aspects, the sin next to murder aspect, the bishop's interviews and the disciplinary councils and all of that. Hopefully this can lead to some changes at church headquarters and in families and in wards and in stakes worldwide, even separate from the adoption stuff.
Yeah, but I think the adoption part of it is an important piece too, because it is only one of several options, and in a lot of cases it isn't the best option, but the church still says to this day currently that it is the best option if you're not married. And I think that that's something that it's important to change the rhetoric around too, because it's not always the best choice.
Right. Yeah. And sometimes maybe a single birth mom who has support, a lot of resources or a lot of initiative or drive or family or even ward support can do a great job being a birth mom.
I know many.
Yeah.
I mean, my daughter's one.
Yeah.
And she has been a single mom a lot of her life, and she's a damn good mom.
Yeah.
And I'm so grateful she didn't place her daughter for adoption too. I mean, we have this beautiful soul in our lives that belonged with her and are part of this story too. And it wasn't the right choice for her. We won't ask if it was the right choice for me, because it was the choice for me, So I think it's okay to challenge that narrative too.
So feel free to email me if you're interested in telling your story, but also leave comments. Really quickly, we could do this without the support of our donors. So if you're a donor, thank you. Our ad revenue is declining for whatever reason. So we do depend on the financial support of donors. So, and donors are always dropping off for one reason or another. So if you value this type of content, if you want to see it continue, please go to mormonstories.org and become a monthly donor. It's also helpful to subscribe to this channel or all the channels, and to comment and thumbs up and like the episodes and share them. That's all super helpful. So, Myndee Tollefson, I just can't thank you enough for your willingness to come on to spend this time with us and to tell such a vulnerable story. And I also kind of want to thank your family members, including Kennedy, both for being a part of the story, but also for their assumed consent in you sharing this story that involves them.
I have thanked them all so many times, all three daughters and my husband, for trusting me to tell the story in a way that honors them as well. And I have a bit of pride too, because each one of my daughters, when I went to them and said, is there anything that you don't want me to share? All three of them just said, Mom, I trust you. I fully trust you. And I mean, I just am so grateful that we've gotten to a place where I trust you, and that's hard earned. And I could not be more grateful for their trust in me, and my husband for trusting me to come and tell his important role in this too. I'm really, really lucky to have such an amazing family surrounding me.
All right. Well, Myndee, thanks for coming on Mormon Stories.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity.
And thanks for joining us today. Again, email us at mormonstories@gmail.com with any feedback. And if you want to apply, we learned about Myndee through the application process, and we're always looking for new and interesting stories for our audience. So we can't accept every application, but we always want the best and the most interesting stories. So if you want to appear on Mormon Stories, all you got to do is go up to the website, mormonstories.org, click to apply, record a 3-minute video, fill out the form, submit it. And the video is the most important part, because it lets us know that you understand Mormon Stories, you understand our audience, and it gives you a chance to explain why your particular story is particularly relevant. In this case, it's a story that I don't think we've ever told, even though there's been a lot of audience members that have said, tell the story. We needed to find the right person to tell it. And I think we did, but that only happened because people were thoughtful about our audience, and because Myndee, in this case, you applied. So if you think you have a story that would really resonate with our audience, please apply, and we'd love to consider you. All right. Well, I think that's it. Thanks again, Myndee. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. I appreciate it so much.
And thanks to Margie, my co-host, and to Brooklyn and Julia for their help, and the OSF board, and to all our donors. Be good to each other. Be kind to each other. We'll see you all again soon on another episode of Mormon Stories Podcast. Take care.